All right, hello, hello, hello. How's it going? How's it going there, Daniel? Yes, I did enjoy the hovercraft, the pattercraft, perhaps, patneycraft, whatever. I did like that. That was fun. I like that. You got a hovercraft spirit about you. All right, so let's see. Played some Tarkov for a little bit live. Did a couple raids. That was fun. Got some good slaps. Wanted to get back to working on this plen, so. Let's see. Let's turn on out the electricity. All right. So the doors are working well, as we can see here. I'm digging on these doors. That works nicely. All right. Those are good on either side. The ramp is in and working well. The gantry crane inside is working well. So let's clean up a little bit in here. I'll get rid of some microcontrollers. Currently, I can't fly it because all the system stuff is not connected anymore. But let's get some of these micros moved. Take a look at the wings. What are you, sir, madam? Flaps, boiler, brakes, lights. Okay, lights connected. I think they are. Yeah, that looks... Lights are not. Okay, let's do that. There was some, do we have a hole here somewhere? What's the dealio here? Yeah, I had a hole here, so let's go. Geometry, let's go with that. Alright, there we go. This one has MD, or did have MD80-esque holding lights. Let's see. What's up with this? What is going on with this? Yeah, I don't see anything connected to that right now. Let's see what it's feeding to it. That could be the issue. Let's see, rotation target. I got nothing on that. Okay. So let's take those out for now. So the MD80 had these rotating lights, which were pretty cool. They would rotate down, and the lights would rotate down into place. That's, I think, what I had on the other aircraft. Let's see what I got here. Let's get that. All right, there we go. So we'll figure out that. So currently my landing lights are here. I'll probably put wingtip lights as well. But we'll work on that later. Let's hook up these lights, and then we'll get some of the panels in. So taxi light is, what is this? Do I already have lighting in here? I do, I have lighting over here. Let's look, because, okay, I changed panels. So some of the stuff, I was originally going to use Night Owl's panels, and now I'm using more of the Cap Air Jet panels, which unfortunately I deleted a bunch of the panels for that, so I got to bring them back in. Not the end of the world, but now we have upper panel, so I need to use these lights. All right. So this is taxi here. Let's see. Taxi light, we have Biacon. I don't have a Biacon on there yet. Let's put that on there. Ooh, we're going to be... Are we at max level? Shit, we might be at max level. Ah, we're at max. That's no good. Seeing I need a beacon in here. Damn it. That's really not good. I don't want to rotate it either. It's silly. It's just extra complexity for no good reason. Ugh. That kind of sucks. Yeah. That's a pain in the balls there. Let's see. That sucks. It really does. could do this. It's not ideal, but it is something I could do. I don't want to rotate it into place. That's excessive, I think. But it can't fit here because we're like literally at the max, and I can't lower us anymore. So could just say herder add bigger workbenches, but I get why people want bigger workbenches, but literally, like, there was just a comment on the weekly update complaining about multiplayer performance again. That is one of the reasons why things are the way they are, is because of multiplayer performance. You know, you gotta have some restrictions on there, and that's why. And I understand that, like, you know, the multiplayer servers are not great. You know, shit, I can't go up there either. I acknowledge that. The issue being that, you know, you got people spawning huge crap, and that's a big part of the problem, is huge builds that really should not even be in the game. And then the other one is I showed in one of the live streams what happens if you crash some vehicles together, is it will bring, you know, just a hosted game to its knees, let alone a server. And then you get, like, you know, just look at the people who actively like went on the official and did a raid the other day. Like, you don't think those people are going into the multiplayer servers and just trying to ruin everybody's fun? You know, so it's like, that's a problem. And then they're never going to be able to just update multiplayer. They're never going to be able to, quote unquote, fix multiplayer, because the problem is, you know, they've talked about this. They said that the way they thought people were going to play multiplayer was you would do like we kind of do in my live multiplayers, is, you know, you have a bunch of people playing together, and instead what happens is you get a bunch of people all over the map, and so the map can't cull, and then when the map can't cull, you end up with situations where the entire map has to be spawned in at the entire time, and then all you need is a couple people banging into each other, and that's the end of it. You know, so would I love it if the multiplayer would work perfectly? Absolutely. Mainly because people would be quiet about it. But, you know, it's just, I don't think it's going to happen, because you just can't make that. You can't make it where, you know, it's a Wild West server where there's no rules and have it work. It's just not going to happen. You know, it's, it does suck. It would be nice if they could, but it's probably never going to happen. They're never going to be able to get it to the point where it doesn't lag out when you got people spawning things that were never intended to be in the game. It's not ever going to work out where people can bang vehicles into each other all day, and the vehicles get glitched into each other, and it doesn't cause a ton of lag. Just not going to happen. You know, and you can keep asking for it, but there's literally nothing they can do. And the other thing, too, is, again, we are in charge of optimizing our own builds. So when you get people who don't have optimized builds, and their builds are an absolute optimization disaster, that's because we engineered the builds, and they're not optimized. And so you really need, you know, you need the community to take active part in trying to make optimized builds. It was something I did for my multiplayer plays with you guys, was I made sure that, for example, I reduced the number of subgrids, and, you know, the ropes were not actually lifting anything, they were just there for show, and those types of things help optimize it and make the game run better. But, you know, you get a lot of people, they download stuff from the workshop that is not optimized for multiplayer, put it in a multiplayer server, start going bashing vehicles together. You literally have people constantly spawning vehicles on top of one another, which causes huge lag, and then they say fix multiplayer. It's like, you know, it's not that simple. Frankly, I would love the devs just to shut down the official multiplayer servers and be like, play locally. That's what I would like to see, because it's a bad look for them. They're never going to be able to fix it as far as I'm concerned. And I think it would be better just to be like, you know, just play locally. All right, let's catch up with some chat here. Yeah, I like the donut boat, was good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do some, like, when I do the challenge, I'm trying to make them small, a little bit smaller, like that. I think is good. So, You know, that will help, like, when, you know, I was talking about another live stream, like, the nice thing with that challenge video, I got it done probably grand total like an hour and a half. And, you know, in the past, I've had to do 16 hours on some of the videos. And so it's really, like, I don't want to do another challenge right away when the video takes 16 hours to do. And so that video was nice and short. And so I'm more inclined to do, you know, the challenges more quickly. So if you miss one, it's not a big deal. Go to the next, you know, you can just do the next one. Exactly. Like so you're saying, people act like raids only happen to Stormworks Discord. The Stormworks problem. It's like, no. It's like it happens everywhere. Like we used to, you know, it's some juvenile shit when people do that anyway. But for example, like I used to wasn't a moderator. What was it? We'll call it moderator for an Altus Life server, which is Arma 3, and it's was the life mod. And so you had some people who were used to be mods on there who got pissy because they were being jerks and they got booted, and then they used to try to DDoS the server literally every day. And so they were DDoSing the server every day. And so that's the type of behavior, you know, you get with this shit, is like people feel, you know, wronged and whatever, and then they decide that instead of just moving on with their life, they're going to go ruin other people's fun. You know, and you don't think that's happening with Stormworks after you've, like, read Reddit for 5 minutes? You know, it's like, what do you think's going on? Is like, of course, you know, you get these jerks doing that stuff, so it's kind of that whole thought process is it's, okay, that is the right panel. All right. All right, good. That's helpful. Let's see. Lighting, where's the lighting in here? Get rid of it. I'm going to have to change a bunch of stuff here, so let's see. Yeah, like, yeah, Daniel's saying he saw a guy launch a cluster missile on the spawn island in multiplayer. It was at least 100 plus vehicles falling and exploding, damaging everyone's vehicles too. My PC screen. You know, and that's why, like, I've never and never will go on one of those servers, because that's what you expect. It's like all you need is one jerk to ruin the entire play session for everybody. And then guess who gets blamed for it? Not the jerk, because there's no recourse with that jerk. Nobody, you know, he doesn't care, and he's doing it for the lols, and he wants to annoy people. And so what do? Oh, blame the devs because multiplayer sucks. It's like, you know, it's, you know, like for example, I could make a multiplayer server that would work well. Is 1, limit it to 6 people. 2, put some friggin' rules in there. Like when I do my multiplayer stuff, I'm the only one who goes on the workbench. So, like we used to do the weekly video with Endo's crew that, and even us talking together on Discord, sometimes we would accidentally spawn 2 vehicles on top of one another in the workbench. Like, you would say, all right, I'm going to go on the workbench next and spawn a vehicle. And then somebody else would not be paying attention. They would then try to spawn their vehicle in the workbench, and the 2 vehicles would glitch together, and it would take the game down. And that's with people, like, communicating on Discord. Now imagine you just have a bunch of randos in there and how ugly and bad it gets. And it's like, you know, that's what's happening a lot of times, too. And the game gets blamed for it, where, sure, there's plenty of stuff wrong with the game. You know, like, I keep getting accused of being, like, some... Like, kiss Deltar's ass is like, 1, I don't give a shit about Deltar's. 2, you know, I've, like, never once talked to Deltar's, don't know anything about him. Like, I liked his game. That's the extent of it. And I have plenty of my own disagreements with choices. It's that, you know, you get these disgruntled people who can't imagine anyone else has an opinion other than them because they are essentially malignant narcissists who can't imagine somebody else's fun is important. All they care about is themselves. And so they get pissy when somebody doesn't share the same opinion as them. Like I'm perfectly happy that people don't like this game. Okay. Don't like this game. Don't play it then. Go play something else. You know? You know, like somebody had asked to be convinced to buy the game the other day, and I said, I have no interest in convincing you. You know, if you don't like the game, I frankly do not want you to play the game. I want you to go play something else. You know, the last thing we need as a community here is more people who don't like the game hanging around. You don't like the game? Move on, go play something else that you do like. I think it's so silly to hang around in a community for the next 5 years bitching about a game that you don't play anymore. It's like, what are you doing, man? Go do something else with your life. You know, so it's like I will never try to convince somebody who doesn't want to play a game because it's like, how does that benefit anybody? They feel pissed off because they wasted their money. You know, and they're going to try to get their money's worth by going and bitching on the internet. You know, or you could say, hey, if it's not the game for you, don't play it, and then they can move on and buy a game they like, and then convince somebody who will actually like the game to play the game, because that is actually helpful. You know. See, flat voice brakes, gear, flat voice brakes. Okay, that can go. So pretty much, let me look at the, see the thing with the turbine here is I gotta make sure this isn't specifically set up for this aircraft. Look, Citrus talking about Alistair's thing. Let me look real quick. Alright, let's look at this video from Alistair. Or from Citrus. Yeah, there's something going on with that bus. I had that yesterday where I don't know what it is. It's being very slippery. If you noticed yesterday in the live stream, the wheels weren't turning, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, Citrus. I had that issue yesterday. We were talking about it. Yeah. We're not sure what's going on with that. Why are your credits still on? Hello, Rasmus. How are you? Yeah, I can imagine. Well, that's the problem is, you know, Reddit has turned into, again, Reddit being run by people who actively hate the game. It's like having a knitting forum with people who hate knitting and think knitting is stupid, right? Pretty silly, right? You'd think that if people don't like knitting, they would move on with their friggin' life and go do something else. But instead, you get the people who just keep hanging on and, like, keep gonna be dickheads, you know? And I just don't get it, frankly. Like, move on with your life, man. You don't like the game? Go play something else. You know, go play something else. Who's asking you to stay here? Nobody. You know, like, I used to be obnoxious myself with Star Citizen. I would hang around bitching about Star Citizen all the time. Why? You know, and I was the jerk. Just being a jerk and pissing on people's fun is like, great. People enjoying Star Citizen, awesome. Let them hang out and enjoy it, and I'll go play something else. You know? Just, it's juvenile as shit to just do that and just rant about something. If you don't like it, go play something else, man. Now, it's perfectly reasonable to be like, hey, I spent money on this sucks, whatever, I get that. But, you know, it's done. You know, you can't get a refund. If you were within the refund period, you could do it, and move on. How's it going there, Chris? Hello, Sergeant. How are you? Your physics set to high, correct? I think you said yesterday it was. King Sheep, hello, Zachy. How are you? Good to see you. Hooking these panels back up is gonna suck. All right, why is the turbine controller so big? 2, let's see. let's try to do a... So I'm going to leave the old panels in. Let's hook everything up the way it's supposed to be in here. That way, I can try to re-engineer this plane to work with the other systems. I kind of wish I had done that before, but whatever. It's going to move at least two... Well, it's going to move 2 cargo containers. Yep. And, you know, I hope... Delta seemed open to it in the Q&A to put a container port at Tajin docks. Either at Tajin or Tajin docks. I don't care which one. You know, and the thing is, like, we don't have any really good... We don't have any airplane stuff, really. We have VTOL stuff out the ass, but we don't have any airplane stuff. So, like, there's very limited to nothing to do with airplanes. Like, you can, of course, do seaplanes, but I mean airport-to-airport travel. And so, what I had asked for in the Q&A is, could they add a container port to Tajin so that we could, for example, fly from FJ to Tajin with containers, or fly... You know, you could drive a truck from Sawyer North to O'Neill and bring containers. You could go take a truck from Spy Cakes to Draymore and then take an airplane up to Tajin or to FJ. So the problem is, like, we don't have any good airport to airport stuff. So everything has to be a VTOL. So I wanted this to be a regular airplane, but the only way I can get into BVG is to make it a VTOL. So it's mostly for... It's big enough for cargo containers is frankly the answer. Lights. What is that? Why is it blank? What is that and why is it blank? Oh, okay. Throttle prop controller. Why do I have a throttle prop controller in this? Bearing panel. Do the new bearing panel. Fire panels, turbine controller, electrical panels, autopilot. That's going. Gyro is going. Turbine controller, I just have to look at. Dimmable lights can stay. Electrical panels can stay. Fire service panels. Okay, so really, I'm gonna take a hacksaw to a lot of this. The problem is, it's like, think of it like legacy code. Is if I start using too many old panels, it's gonna bring in a bunch of issues that I have that I don't want to. So, got to be a little careful of that. Okay. So. Alright, so these are the panels that I kind of need. Alright. Alright, so this tail's... Where is this going here? That goes there. This goes to there, to there. Okay, so this is the electrical section of the panel. So that needs to go to here. That goes out to electrical panels. That is engine APU panel. Okay. Actually, that might be the APU itself. Let me look. Gen. Yeah, okay, so this is going right there. So yeah, what the hell am I doing here? Engine APU composite 3 number. What? This doesn't make any sense to me. Let's look. Let's I'm gonna probably go. Some of that's old shit that I shouldn't use. Let's see, fire panel, service panel. Okay, this says crossfeed in it. APU temp. Because this has fire bells and everything else, so I want to keep that stuff. Alright. So let's go fire panel, service panel. Okay. Let's see. Top thing. What are you there? That's what I want to know. That's fire test, APU fire, anti-ice. Okay, windshield heat. That's what we want. All right, that's good. That should go there, I would say. Maybe? No. I hooked that up wrong. Let's see. That needs to go back to the panel. What is going on here? Shit. I guess these are together then. All right. Shit, I gotta look at how these connect. We took 7, 3. Cap Air Jet's pretty old at this point, so I gotta be careful with too much stuff in there. I gotta look at connections though here, so let's see. All right, who is hooking to? Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't see anything. Let's see. Gotta go this way and then look. Okay. That is going to fire panels there. All right, and then we have APU temp coming off the APU, of course. Panel comes off of the service panel. Okay. Okay. All right. Get up a chat. Yeah, like Rasmus says, I don't enjoy playing Minecraft anymore. Guess what? I don't enjoy playing it. I don't play it. You know, it's silly to me, man. It's like, really, it's like, for example, I bought SnowRunner the other day. Wasn't really feeling it, so I refunded it. Like, if I feel it again some other time, maybe I'll get it another time. But, like, I'm not really feeling it right now, so I didn't get it. You know, don't go and bitch in the forums all day long. You know, that's Steam. You got 2 hours and 2 weeks to get a refund. If you don't like it, get a refund. You know, like, it's just like, you know, to go touch grass, go play another game. Like, there are times when I'm, like, don't want to play Stormworks and I go play something else, you know? There are games that I don't like anymore or never really liked, and you know what? It sucks you spent the money on it, but go play something else, you know? It's like, there are people with legitimate criticisms, certainly, but there are also people who are just rude and abusive, and frankly, as far as I'm concerned, if you're rude and abusive, you should get booted, you know? No business would allow you to stand in their lobby and rant and rave like people do online. They wouldn't. They'd kick you out. And if you want to go stand on the public street and do it, perfectly fine. That's what Reddit is. Reddit is the public street. You can do that. Steam has no obligation to let you bitch in their lobby. They don't. You know, and independent business doesn't either. You know, you can go on Reddit, which Reddit is also a private forum. It's not a public place. So Reddit could boot your ass too, but they tend to not. Oh, thank you there, King Sheep. Yeah, I think it would be cool up there. Delta seemed here. Let's find the actual his response to it. I did a better job this time of the Q&A of, like, one, I put the ads in afterwards because the first one I had the ads in as the live stream, which kind of sucked. And then, you know, so it puts them in afterwards, so they're between. And then I did a, you know, then went through and made sure they were all labeled so you could check each Q&A question. So like here, let's look. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. I'll see if the audio plays. Let's see. Okay, it does. I gotta up the volumes on everything. I got all the volumes set down for what I need. All right, so let's look. I went through and spent all this time freaking doing the timestamps. So where's my question? Container port at Tajan docks.
Can you add a container spawn at the Tajan docks? We can fly from FJ to Tajan with cargo. I see, that's quite interesting. Yes, anything's possible. We are actually planning some more container style mission stuff. I won't taste too much on that yet, that's still in development, but we've got some new ideas for missions, and I think we're not planning on specifically adding container spawn at Tajan docks, but we are planning on doing I guess logistics missions stuff in the future, so expect that in the next 6 months, I would say. Mark answered. Will EXE...
So, they're not planning it. Again, seemed open to it, but like listen to some of the stuff.
Try and minimize the balance change.
Stand by.
Obviously, if there's suddenly wheels are started. Answered. Can you add a container spawn at the Tajan docks? We can fly from FJ to Tajan with cargo. I see, that's quite interesting. Yes, anything's possible. We are actually planning some more container style mission stuff.
So he says it's possible they're planning more container style missions. And container style is like the containers are spawned there, and when you want to, you go do them. That's my understanding of it.
Stuff. I won't taste too much on that yet. That's still in development.
So still in development, so probably early stages.
But we've got some new ideas for missions, and
so he's talking to container missions. Now, I personally think that a lot of these should be missions. The problem with containers are, again, you got a contingent of the player base who do not have very good PCs. They do not, and because they do not have a very good PC, you cannot have too many objects spawned in the game at once, or else it's going to cause them to have a physics slowdown, and it's going to give them a bad time. And so that's one of the reasons I think they're reluctant to put too many things that are constantly spawned in, like containers. So he's talking about doing it as missions. I actually think that is probably a better system to a certain extent. For example, I think the best thing would be is if you went to the, say, FJ, and instead of having 28 containers there, you have a computer screen and it shows them on a list of the containers, and then you pick which one you want and it spawns. That would be, I think, the best way around this. Is essentially it's giving you the container you want. Now, I personally like to have kind of a bunch of containers pre-spawned in. I like the act of having to run around and pick which containers I want, and actually driving around the containers with my forklift and actually having to maneuver and get the containers I want and move the ones that I don't want out of the way. I like that part, but there's game limitations too, where the game... again, my PC is good, and I have very few problems. It's like you see a lot of people it's night and day. They're like, oh, you must have got the good copy of the game that doesn't have all these issues. No, I have a good PC. So many people blame the game for their own shit. And I know it sucks. It really does suck for those people, but this is how you know if your shit's going to run. You go to your processes, and you look at the percentages. I had a crash the other day yesterday with... I tried booting Tarkov while ARC was up. Guess what? My GPU, I've got a 3080 Ti, cannot take ARC and Tarkov at the same time. It can't. And so it hit 100%, and guess what it does? It crashes the game out. Because my GPU could not take the two games running at once. Now I can run Tarkov and stormworks at the same time, and I will not have a GPU problem. But I will with Tarkov, and Arc. Now, somebody could say Arc sucks. It just crashed. No. It crashed because my GPU hit 100%. Nothing to do with Arc. Nothing to do with Tarkov. It had everything to do with the fact that my GPU could not keep up with what I was asking it to do, and instead of melting my GPU and starting a fire in my PC case, the computer shut down the applications that were overloading the GPU. That's what it usually does. That's usually what a crash is. You know, CPU is the other thing. You max out your CPU, and so a lot of people, that's their issue. It's certainly not everybody's issue, but that is, for a lot of people, that's what the issue is you just don't have the PC for these things, you know? And it sucks, but it's, again, that's not a game's fault when you don't have the equipment for it, you know? It just isn't. I hate the logos. I never do the logos. Yeah, I don't know why I never do the logos. Let me just read chat. Okay. Oh, Minecraft. Hello, Guard Halo. Hello. Congratulations, Guard Halo, winner of Lima. Yeah, like, I like Minecraft, but I would rather play Ark than Minecraft. Yeah, like, I like the building in Minecraft, but I think the building in Ark is better, so I gotta change the music volume, stand by. I have to go in my sound settings to get it down. That way I can log the numbers. You know, and that's, listen, I get that for a lot of people is they don't have the money or the inclination to update their PC. But again, you know, by blaming the wrong thing, by blaming any game for something that's not its problem, I think is silly because it doesn't fix the problem. The problem for a lot of people is they don't have the PC for some of the stuff. And then they go and they blame you know, the game for their own PC issues. You know, and I'm all for people blaming the game for game issues. There are plenty of issues with stormworks. You know, and there are some that are because it was never designed to do that and they tried to do something and it just didn't work. Like, for example, multiplayer. Like, I think Wild West multiplayer will never work in this game. It needs a day one rewrite for that to work. You know, it just does. It needs to be done in the beginning. That's the only way you're going to make that ever work. And that's not going to happen now. They're not going to completely rewrite the game. So when people keep going, oh, fix multiplayer, it's just, that's spam as far as I'm concerned. That's spam. You know, it's just silly spam at this point. You know, there are things they can try to do, but again, they're going to get wailing and crying and gnashing teeth with that as well. Is, for example, limiting the max number of people. I don't know how high it is right now in the servers, but limiting how many people can go in the servers would have a huge effect on that. You know, people would cry bloody murder if they further limited the maximum vehicle file size. You know, when the file size is over 10 megabytes, you get the message that the vehicle could cause instability and crashes, essentially. That is when your vehicle is over 10 megabytes, I believe. And so they could further restrict that to 5. Now, a lot of people would cry, oh my god, I can't even spawn my vehicles anymore, boo boo, devs suck. But they would be doing that to reduce lag in multiplayer. But the same people see, the problem is they have unrealistic expectations where they want to be able to spawn whatever they want and not have any sort of restrictions, and that is not reality. You can't ever have that. You know, so that's just not going to happen. It can't happen, you know. All right, let's see. This is a pain in the ass to try to shoehorn this together. It really is. All right, let's see what we got here for this stuff. So, oh Christ, this is gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a mess. Such a mess. All right, I'm gonna have to rewrite a ton of this. It's gonna be tough. All right, let's go through methodically. That's why I've been kind of putting this plane off. I've been trying to do a little bit at a time for this reason. But all right, batteries, battery. Good. Should be ground power, power connect, Gen 1, Gen 2. Okay. Fire test, APU fire, anti-ice, windshield heat. This should be APU. APU pneumatic PSI, which this is cool. I'm going to put in a simulated pneumatic system now. That's going to be cool. Not even simulated. It's going to use the actual air pressure. APU temp. Where's my APU starter? Where's the APU start? Right there. Okay, 9. All right, so electrical panel should be running the APU, frankly. All right. So here's the electrical panels. That's it there. Okay, let's look at some of the other stuff on here. All right. So let's build an APU. But I'm exhausted with this whole fixed multiplayer. It's like, you know, again, they're asking for things that are just never going to happen because it's impossible. Like, you know, they'd have to greatly change the game. It's like they know how many people go in the official multiplayer servers. It is probably not enough to really, like, you know, what are they going to spend 300 hours of development time to go make it so that, you know, again, most of what they're going to have to do is with the restrictions. They're going to have to restrict people's gameplay, which you know they're going to bitch about is, well, you know, oh, I can't even spawn any of my big craft anymore. You know they're going to do that. So what are they probably doing? They're probably just doing nothing because they can't. They're going to do as much as they can, but ultimately they're never going to be able to make those people happy. And again, if you have somebody who you're never going to be able to make happy, it's almost freeing because you can say, I'm never going to make them happy, so I can just ignore them. And that's exactly what they should be doing, frankly, is, you know, a lot of those people are just never, ever going to be happy. And so at that point, you can just be like, okay, they're never going to be happy. All right, we can move on from them, you know. But I find that exhausting. It's just, you know, like, you know, a lot of you guys have played or watched my multiplayer streams. You know, we have 6 to 8 people in the stream. It's working pretty well. We've got people like literally. I'm amazed it's as good as it is because we've got, you know, most of those guys are in Europe and I'm in the U.S. on the East Coast. We got Alistair in, you know, Western Canada, and we're all playing together and having very few problems. Most of them are within 5 frames. Like, CG had issues with his internet, but guess what? When he reboots his computer or he reboots his internet, it works, which tells me that it's his internet, not the game. You know, and so again, a lot of people would just be like, oh, the game sucks. It's like, that's, you know, blaming the game for your internet. You know, that's silly. You know, so again, and it, you know what? It's an easy scapegoat. Is blame the game. That's easy. Again, I didn't engineer something right. Blame the game. You know, my internet sucks. Blame the game. My PC sucks. Blame the game. And that's what a lot of people are doing. Is, you know, they are blaming the game for everything that is not the game's issue. And that's, you know, that's certainly not fair. Okay, let's see that. VTOL control, electro fuel. Bearing panel, keep that for now. I think I put the new bearing panel in, so. Alright, this has to stay like that. Alright, let's keep working on the electrical panel, hooking that up. You know, and it's one of the reasons why it actively, like, annoys me, is it's just like, you know, it's a lot of people with unreasonable expectations, and they just, you know, generally pretty juvenile about the way they go about it. You know, and that's why, for example, Reddit is so bad, is because there's, you know, with proper moderation, a Reddit subreddit can be good. You can have, you know, the troublemakers get the boot, you know, and then you have people who enjoy it. For example, let's, you know, you have a knitting subreddit, and it's all about, and you start this knitting subreddit, and you want the knitting subreddit to be fun and interactive and a good place for community where people can come in and share their cool knitting projects and help one another learn how to knit and share this hobby with one another, you know. And so you get some jerk in there saying, oh, you know, that sweater you knitted looks like shit. Well, that person should get a boot right off the bat, because that person's an asshole. They've shown they're an asshole. They're going to bring down your entire community. The best thing to do is kick them out of there, you know. And that's the right thing, because what you're going to do is that one person's an asshole. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to lose 5 people out of your knitting subreddit because that one person was an asshole. The best thing to do is kick that person out so that you don't lose all the good people who are actually there to do what you want them to do, is enjoy knitting and share their experiences with one another. And that's why I boot those type of people out of my Discord. Is there's no point in having rude assholes in your Discord. None. What are we talking here? This has got to be the clutch for the... I gotta see where the clutch is for the generator. You know, so that's kind of my whole, you know, thought process on that. Is you gotta get rid of those people. It's just, they're toxic again, and that's why the term toxic was coined. Was it's like if you put toxin in the water, it's gonna poison everybody. They're poisonous, and so you get rid of the toxin and you don't destroy your community, and that's why it's important to do those things. Because you're literally just going to destroy your community by leaving the toxic element in there to poison the well, you know? And they generally demonstrate that they have no goodwill. And it's you know, frankly, it is incredibly cheap to make people upset. Like, all you have to do is like I said with the knitting project, oh, you know, that sweater looks like shit. That's literally all you have to say to ruin somebody's whole day, you know? And so the best thing to do is get rid of that person. APU clutch RPS, where are we at here? Right there. All right. You know, people have a habit of telling on themselves too. You know, you get a lot of those people who they, you know, if they're gonna come in on day one and be an absolute jerk, it's great, because that tells you right off the bat, good, we can get rid of this person. That person is just a jerk right off the bat. See you later, alligator. It is super easy. It's actually kind of nice. Is they tell on themselves and you can just get rid of them. You know. This is ground power right here. Okay. Ground power right there. I need, let's see. This has got to be the master right here, I'm thinking. Power connect right there. All right. That is p-value gens. We don't have to deal with that right now. Okay. I think we're mostly connected on that. What's this? All right, number one, temperature. So it's usually inlet turbine temperature is usually what you use. Okay. Let's see. These need to be flipped. I think number 2 is number 2 fuel. I don't know why it's just saying number 2. Come on. Yeah, yeah, King Sheep. Dang, I can't get a transmission to work. The game sucks. Yep. Yeah, that's something I was thinking of, Sergeant, that I think they should do is, for example, like they should limit the map size to, say, for example, Sawyer. Limit the map size to, say, the arid biome. Like they could do that sort of stuff. Now the problem is they then have to make another essentially version of something to do it. And so then you have to ask the question, is that worth the time to do that, or is it just worth the time for those people to like get, you know, get with it and just like play normal, you know? So it's like I think frankly that's a good idea, but I think it's a waste of dev time, frankly. You know, I think they're better served to just like, you know, ignore isn't the right word, but like they, you know, those people they're never going to make happy. And there's again, there's a freedom in that. There's a freedom when you know you're never going to make that person happy. You know, for example, like if let's say, I won't make it too personal. Let's say that, you know, your sister, like no matter what you cook, is never happy with the meal. Okay, so are you going to worry about making sure that the meal is good for, like, say there's 5 people eating, right? If your sister is never happy no matter what you cook, right, then it's easy. You just ignore what she wants, and you make sure the other 5 people enjoy their meal. Because no matter what you do, she's never going to be happy with the food. So you know what? You ask the other 5 people, what do you want to eat? They say hamburgers, you cook hamburgers. Your sister is going to hate hamburgers, she's going to hate spaghetti, she's going to hate everything else. So you get the consensus of the other 5 people, and you ignore the problem child. That's what you do, you know? And it's, you know, that's the best way to do it, you know? How's it going there, AK Free Flyer? Hello, hello, how are you? Good to see you. You know, you really have to, you know, like, Sergeant was saying, or I think it was Sergeant saying, updating PC. You know, you gotta, you know, that was something that, like, it's a big controversy in Ark, is the new Ark came out. The new Ark is on Unreal 5. The old Ark was very much pushed the limits and the bounds of computers when that came out, and as does the new Ark. And the first thing a lot of those people did who were like, went through that in first Ark is they complained that, oh my god, my PC, I got this good PC, and they say their specs, and it's not a very good PC. Can't run Ark, boo game, boo game. Well, the same people would be complaining if they paid for a new game that isn't, like, the graphics aren't any better than the old game, right? They would be complaining that, oh my god, the graphics are the same, why would I buy the new game? The developer of Ark needs to make the graphics better, or else people are not going to buy the new version. You know, they're going to buy the new version if the graphics are, you know, better. They're not going to buy the new version if the graphics aren't any better. You know, you have to make the graphics better, or else people aren't going to do it, you know? Ah, shit. Don't be hasty. I'm being hasty here. There's some of the stuff I want on that ground power panel. You know, so you have to make those changes. You know, and what's going to happen is if you make the game prettier and look better, and it's going to be more graphic intensive. You know, and the other thing that developers need to do is if the, you know, if they want their game to last for 10 years, they need to make it look the best it can possibly look right now, because in 10 years it's going to look old and dated. You know, if they want their game to last 6 months to a year, like one of those, like, you know, the story games that you play and then you put down, they don't have to worry about that. You know, they can make it look pretty good, and it's fine. You know, the problem becomes, if you want your game to last 10 years, you need to make, or you do what Stormworks did, where they make the game cartoony on purpose because they know that they want this game to last a while. If they try to make it hyper-realistic, in 2 years it's going to look old. And so the other strategy is you say, you know what, we're going to make the game look timeless by making it look cartoony, because cartoons always look, you know, the same, because that's the aesthetic. This got to be, yeah, this is APU start. Trying to get, like, say I put start instead of APU start, so now trying to work the panels, it's obnoxious. You know, and so you get a lot of people complaining about Ark is their PC can't handle it. Boo-boo, bad developer, my PC can't handle it. Well, the PC can't handle it because the game is very beautiful. You know, they're using Unreal 5. It's the latest technology. It looks really good. And I would much rather that. And then when I upgrade in, say, 2-3 years, I can increase the settings. And then in 10 years, the game still looks good. You know, I would so much rather that than have the game look like shit in 2 years. And then for 7 years, the game looks like shit. You know, much rather that. Okay. It's kind of a soup of panels at the moment here. All right, so let's see. I think we pretty much have electrical and APU diesel fuel. I got to do that still here. Let's just do this real quick so I can plug it in. Tank contents. Okay, we'll do those later. That is APU temperature. Okay. Right there. Engine APU. I gotta see what that's supposed to be. That is confusing me. So. Engine APU, reading 3. And that writes a number. And it writes it to 11. Okay. Is that a pass-through? I don't know. All right, that's the APU temp there, but what did I just put APU temp on? So I bet the overheat protection's over here. I bet that's what it's doing. Let me look. Okay, yep, that's overheat protection right there. Okay, that's what that is. All right. That's why I have it twice. Okay, that makes sense now. All right, good. Dimmable lights. I keep going. We don't need that yet. This I can do later. We'll plug it in. But so this is just a seat combiner. So that's all that. So I put in. So here, I'll show you how the seat combiner works. If you want 2 pilot seats, essentially what you do is I've got all the booleans in as ORs. I've got all the numbers in, and I add them together. Because, you know, when you're flying in a multi-crew airplane, generally all the yokes and everything are connected. So if I were to, if I was the FO and I moved the yoke to the left, the captain's yoke would also move left. You know, if you pull back, they pull back. And so you're just adding them together on that. And then you take the combined seats, and anywhere where this seat plugs into, so my captain seat here, if I can find the frickin' thing, where is it? Right there. So where that plugs in here, where we have seat, that goes into combined seats like that. And this is panel. Okay, so this turbine panel, unfortunately, is going to have to get redone a bunch. All right, that's fine. Alright, so we're going to move this up to the ceiling. This panel, like, really needs a lot of work to get it rewritten, which is fine. This is what controls the 2 turbines. So there's a lot going on because there I'll show you like how the turbines work. They have a fan. They also have the jet thrust here, so we have all of that going on. This didn't get symmetried. Here, let's do this. They have all that going on. So I need to keep these the way they are and then just change the panel up for some of the other stuff. All right, let's just go wider for now. Let's do logic, add 2 throttles. Okay. Alright, so number 1 thrust lever is here. If I can find it right there. That's flap spoiler brake, okay. Number 2 thrust lever is right here. Is that it? Nope. What did I just plug in? A panel? What did I plug in? Altitude hold, okay. Let's fix that. All right, so that is going to be what we set in. All right, so right here is where that's going to go in. What are these here? 1 and 2 is what? Definitely changing this up. Trying to decide how I want to do this. So probably put in as speed. This gets pretty complicated here. So I want to change some of this here. Let's see. Oh, stop. Okay. So the thing that's kind of tough with a VTOL is normally I would use the up-down arrows on the seats. And so by using the up-down arrows on the seats, I would then control my thrust with that. The problem then becomes that I'm also using my collective with that. So essentially what's going to happen is we need to, under a certain speed, the under certain speed, the collective of engine speed, the thrust is not going to work. So let me configure the seats out. Let me check this combiner. It starts getting complex here real fast. Where's the what? Where is the combiner? Right there. All right. All right, so what is up, down? Up, down is 4. Right there, okay. All right, so let's do this. Let's go X plus Y. Clamp that. comma, -1, comma, 1. All right, that will replace this. Okay. Ah, don't do that, you scumbag. And then this here goes to right there. All right. So the other thing I could do is if I didn't want to do that, so if I wanted to keep it, for example, if I want to keep it progressive, which I don't, I could do what I did yesterday with you add the delta. So you can have both progressive, like say for example this. Okay, so you have reset throttles. Okay, so say you want a reset on your seat. All right, you can have a reset on your seat, and then you can also use the delta to work as a push button. So by adding the reset and the delta, you can then have a push button. In this case, I don't need that, so this is going to go there. And then what channel is it reading out on? It's reading out on 4. Okay, good to know. Up, down, right there. All right, good. All right, now we can configure these seats to be the same. So up, down is going to be... I can't do that. All right. Shit. What do we use set to? 10. All right, so I'm going to have to do the thing I just talked about. 10 there. Because I need the collective to still function properly. So because of that, I need to dick with this even more. So we'll do a strict add on. Let's see. It's gonna be reset. All right, let's see. I assume we're reading 4 on that. Let me look. Could run a throttle controller out of that. Let's just slowly work through this here. All right, so the first thing we need is we need the collective to work as it is. The collective can work as it is by adding these together. That's fine. All right, so up, down, that works fine like that. The issue then becomes I need to read out something to the... so what we can do is read that directly to that. So what this is going to do is up, down is going to run the collective like normal. It's going to be on reset. So when I want to, say, gain altitude in hover mode, I just push the up arrow. So it will gain some altitude. Then when I let go, it will slowly go back down. Then we want it as a push button, though, for the throttles. Let me try to read Rasmus's thing here. Would that mean that you take the max value from the seats or min so you have both full control? If you use if you're using so essentially what it's doing is generally again playing the game here, I'm not going to be sitting in either seat, but let's say for example let's say I'm sitting in, let's say we have 2 people in the seats, and we both press the A key. It will go up to a max value of 2, but the control surface can only go to 1. Generally, it's a very small use case. Now, theoretically, I should change all these adds to functions and put clamps in there, but there's really no point because the likelihood that there's 2 of us in the seats is slim, so it's really pretty moot, frankly. All right, so that's reading out as 4. Let's go to the turbine controller here. What are you running as? Let's see. All right, so seat goes there. We're running off 4. Might do a separate panel. Let's do that. See, this is the issue because I like to use up-down as my thrust levers. And it makes it tough when I'm doing VTOL because that's also collective. But generally when I'm moving my thrust levers, I'm moving my thrust levers when I'm flying in airplane mode. And then as I slow down, I'm not any longer. So what we're going to do is we're going to take in the seat combiner. All right, and then what we're going to do is we need to feed out, maybe a little wider. So logic, let's say number 1 plus. So it gets complicated because I need to think about all the different phases of flight, and I can't have them contradict at any point, and so that's why I'm kind of like taking my time and getting this right now. So the way I get around this with or I was getting around this, is I essentially was using 1-2 for my thrust, and I do not like that. So I'm trying to get in this with a complex mode. I've done this before, it works nicely, it just takes a little bit of work to get it kind of smoothed out. All right, there we go. All right, so what we're going to do in here, let's grab a text. I'm really getting into this build now, which I was kind of in a drought of what I wanted to do, and now I'm starting to feel it again, which is nice. All right, so seat combiner. So what we're going to do is what we did yesterday to turn a remote control. So remember, the remote control is always reset. You cannot change it to sticky. It's always reset. You can't, you can't change it to sticky. So I showed yesterday how you can essentially turn it to a push button. So that's what we're going to be doing. So channel 4 off the seat combiner is up, down. And so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be reading 2 values. We're going to be reading first just the raw value. So that's this. And so if this is greater, and if this is less than. All right, so if this value here is greater than or less than, and the number is going to be 0, all right, that is going to be one condition that I want to add thrust, okay? The other condition is going to be delta. So we're going to take a delta, which is change. So when the, this is essentially, am I pressing the button? If I'm pressing the button, we're going to get a positive delta. If I'm not pressing the button, it's going to be 0. If I'm pressing down on the button, the down arrow, it's going to be negative. So we take the same thing, delta. Like that. All right, and that's going to be that. So what we're going to do is now we're going to have some ands. So if this and this, we want to increase 1, and we're going to do both of them. Now, I can move them independently. I'm trying to decide if I want to do these. So what I'm probably going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4 as my independent throttles. And the reason I want to do that as well is so that I can do asymmetrical. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's just do this. Let's just do that. We'll simplify this even more. I will do it. If I want to do asymmetrical thrust, I will do it by hand. So that's what I'm going to do. All right, so that's thrust plus. And then we take an and here. That's going to be thrust minus. All right, good. right, good. So let's go seat combiner. Where are you? Right there. All right, so this is going to be the increased thrust on my thrust levers here. And then my thrust levers for decreased thrust is going to be here. All right, good. Now I need to go into the turbine controller. And I'm going to look at this number here. I'm going from 2 RPS to 70 RPS. So I want to go into this and go from 2 to 70. 2 to 70. Okay. So that's good. I'm not doing any sort of... I could do a thrust reverser. I'm not doing it right now. Okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you meant in-game or in real life. So Rasmus's question is, meant in real life, if both pilots turn the yokes with a Y, 50% to the left, the aircraft would not steer as if one pilot turns the yoke 100%. No, it would. They're linked, so it would be the same. So yeah, it would be the same. So like if I turn my yoke 20%, the other yoke also moves 20%. Yeah. You know, one of the reasons I do add is, let's say 2 of us are flying, which shouldn't happen. You know, let's do it by pounds. So let's say the FO pushes the yoke with 20 pounds of force to the left. The captain could push 20 pounds to the right and stop the movement. That's why I like doing add, because theoretically, let's say there are 2 of us trying to control the plane at the same time. If the person to the right goes 100 to the left and I go 100 to the right, it will stop the motion. Just like, you know, us trying to fight to move the yoke together. Well, that's good, Manda. Glad you... Yeah, those animal missions are really cool. I'm looking forward to those. I assume you need a new save. Does anyone know... has anyone tried it? Do you need a new save? It would be great if you didn't. I do... Again, here's me not kissing Deltar's ass again. You know, it sucks when all these things come that make it so you need new save. I think it would be better for them to do that on a monthly basis. So it'd be like, hey, you know, at the end of the month, we're going to be putting out a bunch of missions. These are going to require a new save. Say it up front. You know, I think that's helpful to people. So that, like, every month you might have to do a new save. I think that's a little bit more palatable. I don't think it's huge. Again, like I said, it takes me 10 minutes, 20 minutes totally with oil to restart a save. But I do get it's annoying to people. Absolutely. 100%. I get it. You know. Okay, interlink clutches I got to look at in a second. All right, so that should be good for thrust levers. Let's... all right, we need to look at the rate. So probably something like, I don't know, 1 is probably too much. That's probably good. All right, let's go ahead and let's do that. All right, so now watch when I let go. They stop. And the whole reason they stop is, yes, this is a reset, right? So what would, if I didn't put the delta in, here, I'll show you. Watch. So when I press up, they go up. When I press down, they go down. No, not right now. I fucked that up. When I press up, they go up. When I let go, it stops. All right. So let me fix down. Down's not working for some reason. Okay. Because this one was greater than instead of less than. That's why. All right. What is going on here? Greater than. Yep. Less than, that's why. This one got doubled up. That's it right there. Okay, that's why. That's why. Okay. That's simple. All right. So, okay, so let's say we didn't have the delta connected here, all right? So let's say we just had the first condition. So let's say we have first condition here, which is just greater than, and we have just less than. So I'll show you what the behavior would look like then. So think about how a reset seat works, right? When you push on the seat, the number's going to slowly go up. And then when you let go, it's slowly going to go down. So what do we expect from the thrust levers? I'll tell you when I push, let go. See them still going? They'll eventually stop when they hit 0, but see how they keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going? Of course you don't want that, right? Now we press down, they go down, I let go, they keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's not what we want, because it takes them a very long time to reset to 0. So by putting the delta in, as soon as the delta goes the opposite direction, this AND condition is no longer fulfilled and it stops. So that's how you can do that. And you do the same thing. That's how you make remote controls. We talked about that yesterday. Work like push buttons. All right, so that is my thrust levers are set up. Let's go in here. We got to fix a bunch of turbine shit. So now the thrust levers are doing what this up-down counter does. I'm no longer using the panel stuff. I'm not going to delete it yet because that could lead to disasters. I'm trying to remember how the hell I set things up. So what I'm going to do is, if I can see what I'm doing here. Seat right here. Seat, we grab... thought I put the thrust in. Did I not put the thrusts in? I thought I added thrust. Did I not? Yeah, right here. Thrust levers right there. Okay. I don't know where I put them, though. That's the problem. Under physics sensor? No, they're not there. Where the hell did I put these? Right here? Right here. Okay, so number 1 thrust lever is doing the same job as this. So no longer are we using this or that or any of that. We're just using the thrust lever value there. That all goes right there. All right, then we have 2. That goes there. So it's the set point of the PID right there. Bingo. Nice. All right, good. You know, there were some cases IRL, for example, for example, we had ATRs at my company, and it was a couple years before I went there. They had a really bad fatal crash, and what had happened was the pilots were following the training they were given. Imagine that, and it got them killed. So you have we'll do a quick paint. I'm not going to make it take too long. Again, if I mention I was a pilot, it's somehow wrong that I have some sort of information in these things. Some of the guys know what that inside joke is about. So it's some people don't like that you know things because they don't. Let's see. All right, so let's say you have your wing here. Let's go line. Oh. I do it every time. I forget to color it. All right, there we go. And then here's my other, the top of the wing. All right, so there's my wing. All right, and then we have a boot on the front of the wing. And the way the boot works is it's a pneumatic boot. And so let me do a line there like that. I got to do it on the background level. So you have a boot on the front of certain airplanes. Jets tend not to have this. Jets have hot wings. You put hot bleed air off the turbines into the front of the wing, and it keeps the ice from forming. Then you have pneumatic boots. It pumps air into the boots. They expand, and they break the ice. Now, what you want to do here with your boot generally is you want to let some ice build up on the boot first. And you get enough ice building up on the boot. Then you inflate the boot. And it's like, imagine a balloon. You let ice form in the balloon, and then you inflate the balloon. It cracks and breaks the ice off, and the ice goes bye-bye. All right, now the problem is, that was what they taught people, is let the ice build up. The problem is, if the ice is building up too fast, it starts building up behind the boot. And then you crack off all this ice, and all of this ice... let's see. All of this ice goes bye-bye, and that ice stays. All right? And then you start... Oh, shit. Then you start building up ice again, right? Ice starts building up, but unfortunately, it's starting to build up back here again, too. And it starts to get building up back there. And then you go ahead and you run your boots. and it gets rid of that ice. But this ice keeps building up, so eventually it changes the shape of the wing, and the wing stalls out, or you start to lose lift before it stalls. But you're going to lose lift. And so what happened was they had ATRs, which, let me see, we had ATR 72s. I think did we have any 42s? I think we did. I don't know if we did. I think we had all 72s. So here's an ATR 72. And so, the ice built up on the wings, and eventually they lost too much lift. And so you had both pilots pulling with 200 pounds of force to try to keep the nose up. And so what happens is the benefit of having the flight controls connected like that is, imagine if you yourself is trying to hold 200 pounds for 25 minutes. That's going to be really tough. Now, if you have two pilots, you have each pilot pulling 100 pounds, which is more doable. So that is why I did. Let me see. ATR 72. I seen a crash. So my company moved all the they moved all of the ATRs to Puerto Rico because there's no ice in Puerto Rico. So this is the flight that I was talking about, unfortunately. But this was the crash. This is what's left of the plane after the crash. As you can see, they balled in really hard, and so they're out of Chicago. It was a Chicago crew going from Indy to Chicago. Yeah. Let's see. Let me try to see. So they moved all the planes to Puerto Rico because, of the there's no icing risk in Puerto Rico. Well, that's not necessarily true. There's icing at high altitude. There could be icing at high altitude in Puerto Rico, but it greatly reduces the chance of icing. And that was what the pilots were trained to do: is let the ice build up first. And so that caused the issue. It caused an issue where the ice built up, but it built up too much. And so. They've had a lot of crashes where the pilots were following their training, which the training is set out by the manufacturer, and then it's given to the airline, and then the airline conducts the training. So they did everything right. They were following procedures. Then procedures changed after that. So it's like they say most regulations are written in blood, is because, somebody dies and they go, oh, that thing we thought would work doesn't work. And that's why, I think engineers are great, but engineers don't have to worry about getting killed by the equipment. So the engineers were writing the training procedures for some of these things. Also, company personnel also write training procedures, so it's not just on the engineers. But then the pilots actually go out there and get killed sometimes because of it. Sorry for mentioning I was a pilot. I know some people find that offensive. The internet, where a lack of expertise trumps an expertise every day of the week. All right, let's see. All right, let's get back to what I was doing. So we got the new thrust levers in. All right. I think I'm going to take a quick coffee break and a pee, and we'll catch up with the what's going on here. Let me see. Do we have the right? I do have the right cover screen on there. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I am returned. Let's see. Exactly. There's citrus. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what we got here to keep working on here. Alright, that's done. Panel. I see I gotta redo a bunch of this panel stuff. That's fine. Let's go ahead and look at that. So I got a different panel set up here, so I gotta go through this. This is gonna help me integrate the pneumatic system. So what's gonna happen is the engines here, I'll show you what I've already got in there. So again, using the pressurization update, which was great, to be able to do some of the stuff. So have a I have an impeller here. The impeller is going to... The problem is the backflow leak I gotta worry about. Shit. I gotta worry about a leaking problem here, so... What's this? Let's see. Pressure sensor on that. Okay, this will work fine. So what's going to essentially happen is I have to put a one-way in here somewhere. Yeah, I got to put a one-way in. That's not the end of the world, so let's do that. You know, there's a reason why the impellers leak. They used to not, but you know, the problem was then you had to put bypass valves in, so I think that's why they did it. So it's cumbersome because these are 2 blocks. All right, so what's going to happen here is when you... Actually, do we need the backflow valve? We really don't, I don't think. So I'm doing 2 things. I'm doing hydraulics and I'm doing pneumatics. No, we don't need this. All right, so what's going to happen here is this is off the main turbine. It's going to go through this clutch. The clutch is going to activate the impeller. All right, the impeller is going to suck in air. It's going to then It's going to then push it up to here, okay? This valve is, let's say this valve is closed. So what's going to happen is this is going to pump pneumatic air through, and it's going to read the pressure, okay? If the pressure is, so you're going to have a certain amount of pneumatic pressure available on engine 1. If I want to start engine 2 with a cross bleed start, which you open up a bleed valve which allows pneumatic air from engine 1 to go through the pipe and go to engine 2 to be able to start the engine. So what would happen is if this valve, let's say we're actually pumping out of engine 2, they're identical. So let's say engine 2, the other engine is pumping. So this clutch is attached. This clutch will turn on when I turn on the valve. It's going to then allow this pump to pump air from engine 2 through the wings and to here. It's going to stop at this valve. All right. When I open the valve, it's going to then read the pressure. So let's see, do we do that? Trying to think. This is why I think I might need backflows on these. Trying to think. Let's do a test here. Let's do a quick test. See what this is gonna look like. Shit. Let's save this. I'm gonna do a test on a test bench. Again, the great things with the pressurization update, we actually can build some cool stuff if you actually care about building cool stuff, you know. I understand some people don't, but again, I don't go to their gameplay and shit on their gameplay when they play like I don't. And you know what? It's not really prudent to do that to others as well. Some of us like to engineer and build in this game, and others don't. And we both can do what we want. All right, let's see. Fluid. All right, so let's see. Fluid out. Trying to think how I want to set this up. All right, so this is a fluid port for in. Okay, and then what I'm going to be doing is... Well, like, we can do a lot of cool things with this stuff. All right, so essentially what I'm going to be doing here is, this is like a real simple example of this. So what's going to happen is, let's actually do this too. Now, these valves are supposed to be one ways, but I think they often do act as two-way valves. So let's put a toggle on there. Okay. So let's see. We have currently the pressure should be reading 0.99. It is. Okay, good. Let's increase this. All right, good. That is pumping. We have 60 atmospheres of pressure stuck in here. The valve is stopping it. Okay. Now this is backwards. I'm going to see if I can get these to flow both directions. This is reading 0.99. When I open the valve, I expect this to read 0.6 for some period of time and then go down because it's going to leak out. Which is fine. I can let the airflow go backwards. That's fine. So, like, I don't need it to read 60. I just need it to read something. So that's going to read 2 point something. Actually, what I want is to do a pressure. So let's play with this, how I want to set it up. I need it. I need to be able to vent at some point. So that does flow backwards. Let's try... Here, let's do this. Because I got to think of a bunch of conditions. And I can't get the air stuck. I don't want the air to get stuck. So that's something I got to worry about. I could do more valves, but again, the valves are kind of cumbersome. So... All right, so we had like a 2 point something. Let's test it the other way around. So here, let's go that real quick. 60. 0.99. So a lot of the pressure is leaking out of here. You can see it leaving. All right. So that's at 2 something. Let's close the valve. The pressure is going to all leak out. Go back to 0.99. All right. Now this one's moving. That'll go up to 60. We should have 60. That should be 1. Open the valve. And that's the same. So these will allow flow both ways, even though they show they're not supposed to. I get why they go both ways, because, you know, they'd have to add an extra part. All right. So I think what we're going to do is this. It's more cumbersome, but I have the space, and I want it to be cool and work the way I want. So let's do this. Could just do an ore block, I guess. It's a regular ore block. All right. So I'm trying to think how we'd set this up. So let's say I want to start. So this is engine 1 on this side. This is engine 2 on this side. So we start engine 1. All right. Engine 1 is making RPS, which is making pressure. I need to open this valve too. Shit, that's not going to work. Let's see. I'm going to get rid of the ore block. I'm going to do it manually. It's just going to make it a lot easier to do. All right. All right, so here we go. All right, so here's engine 1. We start engine 1. Engine 1 starts making pneumatic pressure. Okay, theoretically. All right, what the fuck? Oh, because that's not open. Okay, there we go. All right, so we start the engine. The air is coming in. All right, we start to make 60 atmospheres. So engine 1 is pumping pressure. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to start engine 2. So in order to start engine 2, what I need to do is just open up the cross bleed valve. We open up the cross bleed valve. Now we get engine 2 is spinning up to 60 atmospheres. So what would happen in real life is you need a certain amount of pressure to be able to spin the engine up. And so once it hits I'll say over 50. So once it gets like over 50 or over 59, now, so essentially I could push the starter all I want, but until it gets up to 59 atmospheres, it will not start the engine. Now engine 2 can start. The starter will start. Okay. Now once we start engine number 2, we would close the cross bleed valve. All right, cross bleed valve is closed. All right. So that's what we'll probably do. All right, so now engine 2 is started. And so what I'll do is I will do, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Got to put an RPS node in there. All right, so I kind of got an idea what I want to do here. All right, good. So I got an idea what we want to do. Let's go work on it on the plane. I want to build a pneumatic system. Okay, this is the stuff that I find interesting. I get people hate the pressurization update because they can't be bothered to learn how it works. But, you know, again, they want to take, and it's fine if you don't want to use it. It's fine if you don't like that you have to do the extra. But what's not fine is then trying to restrict other players' gameplay who would ask for that feature because you can't be bothered to learn it. Yeah, that's what bothers me with it is they actively want to take away some of my gameplay because they can't be bothered to learn it, and that's what I see as a problem. Now, the devs show no inclination of wanting to do that, which is good. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's actually start a new panel. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the complexity of this game is why, you know, I can spend 7,000 hours playing this game. You know, if the game was super simple, it would be a 200-hour brick rigs, and then you're done. You know. Pneumatics. And pneumatic systems. All right, good. So let's see. I didn't add any nodes. So let's go. All right. So I got to look at my panels. So if we look at the panels, we have the APU. All right, and then if we look here, we have the APU bleed valve. So the way you start a like this isn't all cases. For example, when I flew the Eclipse 500, we had electric starters. It was an electric motor that started the engine. Most large jets use pneumatics. So what you do is you start the APU. The APU has an electric starter. It's a tiny little turbine. It just requires a tiny little electric starter generator. It starts the APU up. Now the APU can make pressurized air. You then open the bleed valve, and the bleed valve lets air go from the APU to the engine. And so you'd open the APU bleed valve, and then that would allow you to start engine 1. So you'd come over here, you would flick your fuel valve, and you would click your starter. That would start the engine up, okay? You would hold the starter until it starts. All right, now, if you want to then... So I'm going to put a huffer card in here too. Shit, I got to add that somewhere, huh? You see how okay, so that'll open the APU bleed valve. These will be bleed crosses. I'll put in full cross bleed starts on these. Like the newer systems are automated. Okay, so I'll put a cross bleed into the piping itself. That should be bleed. Okay, good. All right, nice. So these here, all right, so we need that. I need, all right, so I'm trying to just think of what I need for panels here. I didn't save that panel, did I? No, okay. All right, APU bleed valve. Number 1, bleed valve. All right, so what I think I might do is when the starters are on, like when the number 2 starter is on, the intake valve is closed. I think I might do that. Okay. Number 1 intake valve. Okay, so let's start with that. So I want to get a start going here. Let's read some chat here. I would just like them to make 2 impellers, one that leaks, one that doesn't. How's it going there, Mike? How are you? Good to see you. I don't think it's a list. You know, I think the best thing to do is just go in the game and look around them. You know, FJ, you've got 2 max level sea bases, train base, air base. JSI is just a dock. Sorry, North's too small dock, dock and a small land spawn. It's best just to go through and look. You know, you can make a custom world where you can just no-clip around and check them out. There we go. APU bleed valve is 12. All right. I might just put one ways. I don't need those valves. I don't need the intake valves. I just need one ways, I think. Yeah, I don't need the intake valves. I'll just use one ways. Okay. All right, let's check the starter bleed valves here. This is one of the reasons you had a flight engineer before is the 4 and 7. You know, you had to manually control your valves. It's more automated now. Okay. I may just run these bleed valves not in here. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's just update this real quick, and then I'm going to redo it over here, I think. Let's see where the starter panels are going. That's what I'm curious about here. Nowhere right now. Okay. They're being read in from where? Being read in off of the fire service panel. We're getting what off of those? Why is this going there is what I want to know. What information is that reading out? That's what I want to know. Going to there. Why is that going to there? Panel? That would be the wrong panel if that's where it's going. Unless they're supposed to flow through. That's wrong. So, alright. Alright, see where this panel connection is here, because again, I'm using a different panel for this. So, alright, panel right here. Let's go from here to there. Alright. Alright, that fixes that. Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick just screenshot of this. I don't want to do that. Let's do that. Okay. So we have valves. They should be numbered correctly. Starters, bleeds, and pressures. All right. So I got to keep that in mind. Let's just put it on this turbine panel. Alright, so they're the cross bleed, or they're the bleed valves there. They're not just doing cross bleed starts. Alright. That's going in panel. Alright, one is fuel valve. So we want to go panel. This is going to be for number 1. This is going to be, I believe it's 1. Let's go double check it. Check the numbers on here. Yep, 1 through 8. Yeah, okay, good. So we're just renumbering some of these. Interlink clutch, huh? I gotta play with that number, this later. All right, good. All right, and so what do we have? 4 is not gonna be that. That's fan clutch. The fan clutch is going to be run a little bit differently. I haven't decided exactly how I want to do that yet, so let's stay off of that. That's going to be cross bleed like so, or bleed valve rather. Seven. Number 2 bleed valve there. Okay, so for starters, where's the starter? All right, right here's the starter. So the starter is going to be 2. There needs to be a condition. So if this is less than 0.51 and it's going to need to be a bool here. So let's grab a bool. X and Y and Z and W. Okay, good. And then we need to take in a couple pressure valves here. Number 1, pneumatic pressure. Okay, those are the 2 there. Okay. All right, so the new conditions for a start are going to be if the... So if we have, let's see, where do we want to be here? Just plug them all in and I'll decorate later. Let's see. Number 2 is the starter. Speed is less than, and the pneumatic pressure is high enough. Okay. All right, those are the 3 conditions for a start. Okay, so the other one is, where are we at here? Over here. So we have 12. 12 where they started for 2? No. This is fuel valve, so this should be, what are we talking here? 6? 6. Should be 6 for the number 2 fuel valve. Yep, and 5 for the starter. All right. 5's the starter. And pressure. All right, good. There we go. All right, good. That works. We have the 2 bleed valves here ready to go. All right, that should be fine, I think. Let's see what else we're doing here. This is what? Park brake. I don't know why that's on here right now. That's got to change. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. All right. N1, N2. I don't know what this is all about here. What is that? RPS. Okay. For now, let's just do direct RPS. I don't want to fart around with that. I'll dick with that later. All right. So let's start plummeting these bleed valves to make them work. Because there's going to be a lot of wing work to get this in. There's going to be a miserable amount of wing work, frankly. Yeah, it's going to be real tough to get that bleed valve through. Let's see. I could simulate it. Yeah, I could simulate it. No, I don't want to simulate it. I want to do it right. All right, let's see if I can get it in there. I got to find a place for this, though. Right there. That's the fuel's got to flow through there. This is going to be ugly. All right, this is going to be really ugly. Shit. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Does liquid flow past a pipe? I think it does, doesn't it? Yeah, but it doesn't. I'm going to have to put a solid pipe in there. Ooh, I have a double stack. I think I'm good. All right. I think we're good. All right, let's go and work on this. So, I think we're going to have to put the one-way in here. That's going to have to happen. The other thing is, do I clutch this in? All right, so I think we're going to direct connect the impeller. We have plenty of power. I don't think it's going to take much off. If it does, we can re-screw with it later, but... Okay, so this is input right there, right in. Okay, let's put on a... I need the air to bleed out somewhere. So if the bleeds are off, we'll go ahead and shut down maybe. No. Let's see. I need to put some control leak in there. I'll put a controlled leak in somewhere. Okay. All right, so there's bleed going in. Heat piece. Pressure. Let's catch up on chat here. No, no cartridge start. It's gonna have a huffer cart set up, but no cartridge. How's it going, Oceanic? How are you? How's it going, Maddie? How are you? All right. Let's see. What is this? I can't see what I'm doing here. Okay, that's just paint. Okay. The problem is, hopefully I don't delete anything I need. Famous last words, I know. Ah, you sucker. That's where the fuel is right there. Where are we at here? We got to go this way anyway. Oh, shit. Let's see. Can I go up? I should be able to go up, theoretically. Kind of a pain in the ass this is. Let's see. So it looks like there I can work it. I got to make sure the fluid flows properly everywhere, so it's kind of a mess. And then I got to make sure the pneumatics work properly too. And I got to interlink the pneumatics, and I have to plumb them into the APU as well. So there's a lot of work there to get that where it needs to go. Can't and don't want to go through the floor. Oh shit! What was that? That's fine. Okay, good. All right, there we go. There. All right, pipe goes up here. I can't go there. I gotta go up. All right, I think that's my path for pneumatics. Hopefully I don't regret doing this. Alright. Again, but this is what's cool, is like if you want to do this sort of stuff, you can. Like, and that's why I kind of get grudged when people like want to just get rid of it. It's like there are people who use it. You know? There are people who want complexity in their build. There are people who want to be doing these things, and it's just silly to me that people are like, why am I doing this? Is the only build I'm doing purple on, I guess. Or it's the only build I'm not like doing a ton of purple on. Let's go back to white there in the blocks. So it's like you actively have to, like you would in real life, you have to move your pneumatics around, or else you cannot start your engines rather. And so I like that. That adds some complexity, it adds some interest to it. It adds, you as a pilot need to understand the systems in your aircraft. Shit, this is a problem if I don't go to the next one here. Ah, that's not good. That's all right. I can go here. All right. All right. All right, so that is now working, and let's see. So here are my pneumatic lines running up. They got to go up there, so let's see, right here. Okay. I think liquid will flow past these pipes, right? I believe they will. Ah, shit, that's screwy there. I gotta go one extra and then come back. All right. Yeah, you wouldn't do a cartridge start though. They haven't done cartridge starts for 100 years. There's no reason to do a cartridge start. Not doing a cartridge start. No interest in a cartridge start. Not doing it. It's not a B-52. We've advanced since then. We use huffer carts. It's gonna have a huffer cart connection. It's not gonna have a cartridge start connection. This will give me a reason to build a huffer cart too. Okay. Alright, so I think we're good there. I think that's all plumbed in. Alright, so we've got pneumatics. Let's fall. So, when the engine turns on, RPS is going to come through, run the impeller. Now, I might down gear this. I got to think about it if I want to down gear this. I probably do, but... So, let me see where we are. So we're running at 70, so I need to do a drop of like 10 to 1. Let's see what it uses. Like, if I know my max speed. If this... see, I could spend the next 20 minutes trying to down gear this. Or I could let it run and then see what happens. And if we, like, don't lose any speed or we lose 1 knot, there's no point in adding all the components, so... Alright, so that's good. Then we want to put in APU. So I have not done that yet. Put that in this hip right here. The APU will go in this hip right here. Why is there a hole in the floor? Alright. Let's put the APU in. What happened there? I clicked the wrong button. That's what happened. Okay. Just move this for now. Come on, come on, come on. Click the right thing. Thanks, guy. APU goes in here. Actually, can I fit it in the back hip? I don't think I can. I might. It's gonna be super duper iffy to get this in. Let's try it, because if I put it in the back of the hip, that's where the fueling port is for. That's the regular jet fuel port. Let me look at the service panel. This is diesel right here. That is diesel. Okay. Yeah, that's the diesel flow right there. Okay. Okay, that's the path of the fuel. Can't see around the container. There we go. Okay. What is that? Okay, that's just pissed. That's this. Okay, that's just a hard point. All right, copy. All right, good. There's where the diesel flow is. Grab the APU again and cut it and push it forward some. That's good enough there. All right. So what I might do is I'm going to make a custom tank in here for the diesel because of course we can't I can't add the fuel tanks easily together. So I'm just going to make a custom volume really quick for diesel fuel for the APU. Like that. All right, so that is the fuel tank. That way I can do a bunch of stuff like put a spawner in there and a fluid port so I can read it. All right. Now I need a double. Okay, that's double wide right there. Perfect. All right, good. Haha. Flicky camera. Are we upside down? We are now. Okay. There we go. All right, good. Put it there for now. See if I need to move it. Put it on this side. Okay, that is going to be... All right, let's do exhaust. I want a cat on there, so... Shit, that's going to cause problems there. Damn it. Uh-huh. What's here? What's here? That's, of course, the two-banger. Again, make sure it says exhaust out. So many people are having problems because of that. And as soon as you hit 60 atmospheres, it will not let me out. Right, there's exhaust. Ventilate there. Okay. Alright, so we got all the stuff we need there. Let's ventilate this fuel tank. Again, that's all it takes for the pressurization update. That. And that. That's done. I know. Roll back the save. Had to have 2 parts to everything. Alright, there we go. Alright, so that's good there. Let's see. I'm trying to think pneumatics too. I gotta put the pneumatic system in here, so I gotta keep that in mind. Okay, that's there, and then oh, I went too far, but let's see, right here. What is that? I'm not in a rib, am I? Okay, I gotta go in a rib to do this. Shit. It's not a big deal, I just gotta find the rib. Or is it right here? Okay. Do I have, what do I have? GP ground power. See, I want the hover cart in here too. Shite. Ah. Trying to think how I integrate the hover cart. Yeah, it sucks. How the hell am I gonna integrate the hover cart? Alright, I got an idea. So we'll wait on that for now. Put the hover cart in later. Perfect. Alright, so we'll leave that like that. Let's start working on, we need power and we need Pneumatiques. Let's see. Alright, so we need power pneumatics. Let's see how I want to do this. There is that gen. Ooh, if my impeller will actually sit the correct direction, beautiful. Watch it not, though. Ah, it is. Okay, perfect. That's fluid out. That's gorgeous. All right. Okay, it's pipe. All right, I was like, why is it yellow? All right, nice. All right, so that's pneumatic and power gen. I just need to put in a huffer cart connection. So a huffer cart is just a portable compressor trailer. You would drag it in on the. Let me see if I can find a huffer cart picture. So you drag it in, and it you pump the air into the airplane. So instead of like here's this is the plane I used to fly. There's your APU. Huffer cart I think goes there. So you know, so here's a huffer cart plugged in. Up, look at this. Look at that. There's my huffer cart build there. So I already actually have the huffer cart. But it blows pneumatic air into the engine to start them. So if your APU is not working, you can use the huffer cart to blow pneumatic air in. So, you know, so that's what you do is you push the air in with a cart, and then you can start it. So. That's funny. Got a picture of me with my huffer cart. Let's see. Ideally, I'd like to put it on this panel. So what I could do is this. Let's try this and see how I like it. Is that square? That's square. That's got to stay square. What did I do on the other side? Shit, I got to look at it real quick here. Okay, pyramid and just a flat plane. Pyramid and a flat plane, okay. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna cut from this side. This could be problematic, so I gotta cut from this side here. Doesn't make the door very big. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want the door that big. I needed 3 blocks, though. That's a problem. All right, let's not do this. Let's put the hover cart connection as a separate door. Like on the Embraer 145, it was a separate door. They opened up a separate hover cart door. I'm just gonna work on it and figure out where the hell I want it. Yeah. See, this is a problem. I can't put it here. Stop your symmetry. Thanks. Yeah, I can't put it there. Can't put it there. Can't put it there. Don't really want to get rid of ground power. Don't really want to get rid of that panel. I could put a second opening door over here and put the hover cart on that side. That's what we'll do. All right. Could you not? Could you just like copy a tiny bit? Thanks. Okay. That's what we'll do. And I'll put the hover cart on this side. Because it just needs to hook to this connection right here. So that's fine. All right, there we go. So there's the hover cart connection on this side. Let's go. Is it right there? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, our fuel panel was on the number 2 side, the FO side, front of the hip, and the hover cart was in the rear there by the APU. So it's not unusual for that to be like that anyway. So that's pretty typical actually. So okay. I gotta go up to here, so let's cut here. Okay, there we go. All right, nice. So that works out nicely. All right, good. So now we have hover card on this side. And we've got service panel. So this one, the way this system works is when I pump in jet fuel, it goes to the number 1 tank, the port tank, and then I have to turn on the pump to push it to the right tank. So if I want to, pump both tanks, I would turn on the pump for number 2, and then when number 2 is filled, so I'd fill number 2, I'd fill the right side and the left side at the same time. And then I would shut the valve, and I would just fill the port side to even them. And I have the readings there. This is for ground power. This is for jet fuel. That's for diesel for the APU. I wish they would give us some small turbine pieces. I'm going to eventually make a video on 1x1 jet turbines and the benefits of having those. I think the devs they're open to these things as long as we can demonstrate to them that we can make cool stuff. That makes it worth their time. If it doesn't, it's not worth their time. Did my video finally get ready? Literally all day long. I put out the video I was trying to put out the video for the weekly update. Ever since I started streaming Tarkov, and it has been taking forever to do the checks. It finally did it. Okay. All right, so that's out. If you guys watch that, that's the weekly update video is now out. Let me just quickly send it out on Twitter as well. All right, good. All right, good. So that took all day for the YouTube to do its checks. All right, so that works out well. So that's going to be the pneumatic system. We're also going to do a hydraulic system. The hydraulic system is not going to be as complicated, mercifully. So. All right, so the hydraulic system is super simple. We take hydraulic fluid here. All right, so essentially, we can actually do both full. We should be able to do both full. All right, so here, let's save this, and I'll show you. We'll do a test bench real quick with the hydraulic system. All right, here's the base plate. Let's go ahead and... All right, so this is essentially how the hydraulic system is going to run. I'll do a keypad, be easier. All right, so essentially what we're going to have is we have 2 fluid tanks, both just filled with diesel. As you can see, the pressure is at 26 atmospheres. The impeller is going to take from one of the tanks, and it's going to push as much into it as the other. Let's just go, I don't know, let's try 0.1. So this is the output tank here. So as you notice, the pressure is dropping here, and it's pushing pressure into this tank. So as you can see, the pressure, so all the diesel is out of this tank now, and it's in this tank. As you see, we're at 52.9 atmospheres. All right, and so that means that our engine is creating hydraulic pressure, which will then allow us to use, for example, the control surfaces, nose wheel steering, braking, landing gear. All those systems are going to require hydraulic pressure, and so that will, so all that stuff will permit that. And then when you shut your engine off, as you can see, the pressure is going to go from high to low, and they're going to even out. So, pretty simple there. So that's all it's going to do. It's real simple. Let me read some chat here. How's it going there? Echo, how are you? Echo, Echo, Echo. How's it going there? Aaron, I am building my cargo VTOL as the thumbnail says. See you later, AK Free Flyer. See you later, Mando. Biley, Wilk, how are you there? Hello, hello. Yeah. I was going to do a video on, like, literally, I've had to ventilate 28 things this week at home alone. So, for example, I have a little syrup bottle for making coffee that it has a, it's the same neck that you get on bottles for alcohol. Let's look. All right, here, this is the same model that I have on mine. So here, open image in new tab. Here we go. All right, so here the alcohol comes out of here. There's a hole right here, okay? When you tip the bottle upside down, the liquid wants to go out this hole, but it can't draw a vacuum. So you need to let air back in. And so there's another hole here, and there's this, it's usually in the tube, actually. So this tube right here, the alcohol doesn't go down the tube. The air comes up this tube. So when you turn the bottle upside down, the liquid goes out here, and the air goes in through the tube to replace it. An everyday example of what happens. Yesterday, let's see. Yesterday, I took the soap refill. Okay? And I turn the soap upside down, and I try to refill the soap dispenser. So I squeeze, and then I let go. When I let go, it lets the air get sucked into the tank, into the bottle to replace the viscous liquid that already went out. That's exactly what's going on with having fluid ports in your tanks. You need to replace it, just like the last example. Your cars have this. Everything has this. This is something that you experience every day, you know, but for some reason people like think it's some weird thing to have in game. It is not. It's super simple and easy. I don't understand why these people just can't figure it out and do it. Like, it's fine if you don't know something, just ask. But instead, they want to replace the complexity that many of us have asked for because they cannot be bothered to just ask for some help. Very simple. Follow a tutorial, ask for some help. It is not overly complicated. You know, gas relief valve, fluid port. The gas relief valve prevents liquids from coming out. The fluid port allows just, the gas port allows just the gas to go through it. Pretty simple. All right, so pneumatics are in. Hydraulics we'll tackle probably next. Okay, let's look. I got to hook up some pressures. Let's check all our pressure gauges for the pneumatic system, make sure they're in. All right, so the way this is going to work again is the engine's going to turn. Okay, when the engine turns, it's going to let the impeller go. What I'll probably do, I'm trying to decide. So I do kind of need to be able to vent extra pneumatic pressure. So what I could do I'm just trying to see what I have here for these clutches. So one of these is the fan clutch, the other one's the gen. Okay, that's good to know. What do I have on there for? Just one for right now. So when I click on the hydraulic system, let's see where the hydraulic system is. It's going to be super simple here. Here are my hydraulics right here. All right. So we have hydraulic PSIs, A and B. And we have, those are strobes. Here's hydraulics up there, I think. Hydraulics A and B. All right. So I gotta plumb this in somewhere where I can read it. So 21 and 22 off of these. Who's running back to this? Nothing so far. So what do we need to run back to this? Just hydraulic. Beautiful. The only thing running back to here is hydraulics. Excellent. Excellent. And no, it isn't. Shit. No, never mind. We're running a bunch of shit back to hydraulics. We're running cabin temp and a bunch of stuff. Okay. So whatever that is, fire panel. So it's got to go on the fire panel likely. Let's say APU diesel. 2. Oh, stop. Good to always put your units in. That's helpful. So you know what you're actually looking at. Fire bell. All right, let's check them. Diesel fuel, cabin temp, fuel, temp. Okay, good. Really, I should be naming him like this: hydraulic pressure number 1. So it depends. Sometimes they do it the other way. It's like essentially, what is it doing? It's hydraulic pressure. Which side is it? Number 1 side. Number 1 is the left side. If you like, say a 747 has 4 engines, it's number 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 and 2 are on the captain side, 3 and 4 on the FO side. Like if you have a twin engine, number 1 is the captain side, number 2 is the FO side. So everything. You know, number 1 hydraulic is the left engines. Number 2 hydraulic on a 7.4 would be the captain's inboard. So that's usually how it's run. What do I know? It's gonna be a good inside joke for a while. There we go. Gotta move everything. I gotta have these line up or I'll have a conniption fit. There we go. All right, good. So those are my 2 hydraulic pressures, and where the hell are they getting written out to? Where am I writing out to? All right, there's a right number. There's a right number right there. Okay, so 21, 22, I think I said. Yeah. $21. All right, good. 22. All right, so these are gonna be in PSI. I gotta change that off. So let's see. ATM to PSI, can't remember off the top of my head. 14696. All right, 14696. All right, so that it's so let's do 60 times 14.696, 881 IRL. The hydraulic system like 3,000 psi, so I need to put a conversion factor in there. So the max would be 881, so it would be 3,000 divided by 881. That's 3.4. So 14.69 times 3.4, 49. So this will just give me the numbers where I want them. So it will look around 3,000 psi. That's how high the pressure is in a lot of jets. 3,000 psi hydraulic fluid. That shit is nasty. You have 3,000 psi of any sort of potentially any sort of hydrocarbon, it will catch on fire. That's why it's very, like, that's very dangerous when you blow a hydraulic line in an airplane. It will, 1, cut through metal, and 2, it will catch on fire. You know, that shit is very, very high pressure. It will catch on fire, and it will cut through metal. So, nasty, nasty, nasty. Why a hydraulic leak is not good. Very, very not good. It's very, very bad. Shit is scary. It's like one thing we did not want to happen is a hydraulic leak. Very bad news. All right, hydraulic pressure 2. All right, hydraulic pressure 2. So this should be the outbound tank. Let me just check it. That should be fluid out. Perfect. All right, good. That is where I want it. So that's tank pressure for hydraulic 2. Hydraulic pressure 1. Right there. All right, beautiful. So now we have working hydraulic pressure. Again, cool thing with the pressurization update, we can now pressurize liquids and get a hydraulic pressure off of them, which is cool. APU diesel fuel can get plugged in. We're making good progress on the plane. There we go. All right, nice. Anything else here that we need? I don't have heaters hooked up yet. We can do that later. Cabin temperature. I haven't hooked that up yet. We'll do it at some point. All right, cabin temp. I'll put heaters in later. Not ready to do it yet. Fire bell. I think 3 was what I did. Yeah, I think it's that. No, definitely not. No, stop. I think it's warning 3. All right, let's quickly do this. Let's save it. I want it the same as on the cap air. I played with it quite a bit to get the cap air to sound right. And I want to get that right here. I'll quickly show you the fire test on the cap air. This is what we used to have to do when we started up at the beginning of a flight, was you come in, jump in, get in the airplane. All right, you would connect a battery. You do power connect. All right, you then come in, you do a fire test before you fire up the APU. So you go. And what that does is if an engine catches on fire, or in this case the APU catches on fire, you want to know that the light will come on and the bell will come on to warn you of it. Then you would come in and you would start your APU. All right, because then let's say a fire happened, right? You would get the fire. And then fire suppression would be that's for the APU in that case. I'll probably put a fire system in. We'll do, I'll do a pressurized bottle with water to spray it out with a nozzle. And then when you press the couple things happen when you do fire suppression. First thing is the valve closes, so it shuts off the fuel. It shuts off the fuel, the hydraulics, anything that will catch on fire. And then if the fire goes out and you've starved it of fuel, you stop there. If it doesn't, you will then blow the bottle of fire retardant in there to try to stop it. So on the 145, let me see if I can get a picture. I think the E series have the same ones now. See if I can find a proper picture of the overhead panel. Here it is. This won't work. So like right here, these are your fire handles right here and here. How do we get justified off? All right, those are the fire handles right here and here. So if your left engine caught on fire, you would, so when I press the fire test button, which is here, these handles actually have lights in them, so the handles would light up. And so let's say you caught fire on engine 1. First thing you do is you pull this handle down. It shuts the hydraulic valves, the fuel valves, and the bleed valves, because you can start a fire with your bleed air as well. So it shuts off all 3 of those. And then if the fire goes out, if the flashing lights and the bell stop, you're done. And there's also a message. You get a red cast message right here that will tell you that there's a fire. If that goes out, you're done. If the fire doesn't go out, you rotate the handle and you blow bottle A. There's 2 fire extinguishers in each engine, and it will blow. It's essentially like a fire extinguisher. It blows the retardant into the nacelle. If the fire still persists, you blow bottle B. At that point, you're done. If it's still on fire, you're in deep shit at that point because you've just blown 2 bottles and you've shut off all the fuel to the fire. So that's what you do. Kind of neat. All right, so I gotta find the buzzer. All right, there we go. Let's see. Where is the buzzer? Fire bell is right. The hell is it? Just saw it. Okay, there it is. Fire bell right there, right? What's that? I have a bunch of buzzers in here for a bunch of different stuff. That is altitude within 1,000 feet. That's just a separate buzzer. All right, so this is the one I want. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and test out the fire bell. Why the engine's starting? No clue. Engines shouldn't be starting. Interesting. A lot of things should not be allowing the engines to start. All right, fire bell's working. All right. What the hell is starting my engines? That's what I want to know. Like, literally, there's like 20 things that need to start in order to get an engine. Not literally 20 things, but there's a lot of stuff that has to happen in an engine to start. I don't know why the engines would start. That's silly. All right, number 1 bleed valve is right here. Number 2 bleed valve is right there. All right, number 1 pneumatic pressure, number 2 pneumatic pressure, so we gotta put those in. All right, so right here. All right, number 1 pneumatic pressure right there. Number 2 pneumatic pressure is right there. Beautiful. So I'm gonna have to do something to get that pressure out of there. So what I essentially have to do is, I think what's gonna happen is when the starter is, I don't know, when the starter is off, it will probably kill. I can't do that. I need the pressure red. Yeah, I need the pressure red on that side. I need to figure out a way to leak it out. Trying to decide how I want to do it. What I could do it off of is the RPS opens a valve that does the air. Something like that. I've got some ideas, so we'll wait on it for now. Well, like, oh, you know what it was? No, that shouldn't have done it either. Let's try see if this starts the engines. There's no reason those engines should be starting. None. Number one starter. Okay, it's plum starter. Let's see why these engines would possibly try to start right now. I wonder if the panels are connected incorrectly. Because number one is the fuel valve for one, so I need to flip that on. It's off right now. So that very well could be what's causing it, is the panel is not connected correctly. Let's check that out, see why this panel is trying to grab it. All right, so panel right here. That's looping fine. So number one, starter's 2. See, I'm not even pressing the starter either. That's why it's so friggin' weird. Let me see. Jet, pneumatic system, PSI. I'd have to check it later. All right. Yeah, I gotta look at the system, see why, where it would be. Still kind of at a loss of what's going on here. I gotta check it out. All right, so we got this panel coming in here. That's fine. And then we got that one going back to the other one. That's all good. So why the hell could this possibly be starting the engine? Because we have the panel right here. You need number one, which is the fuel valve, which is currently off, to start the PID. So the PID, oh, no, that's not it. Okay, I gotta go through the starter. That's fine. The PID's probably fine. Let's go through the starter. Oh, 2. Okay, so 2 is right here. Oh, I got them as ors. That's why. It's got to be ands. That makes sense. Okay. That will do it. That's why. It's just, it kicks it on because they're ors. I meant to make them ands. That would do it. All right, good. Figured it out. All right, see if we can get a start going here. Let me check the fuel. We should have plenty of fuel. Nope. Got a hole in the fuel tank. In this one, at least. And I gotta find a hole in my fuel tank on this side. Can be interesting to find. Let's find the hole. Alright, so this is where the main pop tanks meet with the wings. So it comes through here. Alright, then it angles around. And it goes into the ribbings. This looks all good so far. I gotta go through all the ribs, which takes forever. That's solid. Let's see. That all looks good so far. That looks good. Don't see any holes in here yet. All right, here. Okay, that's it right there. All right. So I don't know what's up on this one and the other one. It's right next to the fluid port. Okay, That's what was missing. All right. Don't need all the stuff hooked up, but we'll do some of it. All right, so in order to start the engine, can't do anything right now, right? Okay, so let's see if I can get the APU on. All right, APU is on. Pneumatics are building up, theoretically. I got to integrate the pneumatics in the system. All right, so I got to do APU or I'm not going to be able to get started. Could bring my Huffer card in. Check out all the APU stuff. Make sure we're plumbed in for the APU. That's going up to APU. We got throttle. What's that? Throttle, air. Fuel, air, clutch, gen. Okay. I gotta see what's up with the APU. The pressure is faked on the APU. It was before we got pressurization update. You just have to fake the pressure. Now I don't have to. Let's see. Okay, that's right there, pushing in there. So let's go. Should be output, right? Blew it out right there. Okay, good. Let's go like this. So this will actually, this pressure valve here will run more than just the APU. This will essentially tell us what's in the interior system. Okay, let's find a place for that. So like, I currently have it faked. It's not gonna be faked anymore. It's gonna actually be real. Just do APU bleed. Do I have a bleed valve? I do. I gotta put in a valve. All right. All right, I gotta go fix that. Let me check. I should have a valve to open up the bleed air from the APU. Yeah, I set 12. All right, I gotta do that. Oh, these valves are so huge, man. They really are. It's kind of annoying. Let's see. Ah. Okay. That's annoying. Let's see. All right, so here's the APU bleed valve right there. Probably right here, I bet. Now, is it up one? No, way over there. That's not going to work. It'll work, but it's not going to do exactly what I want. kind of obnoxious. Because I wanted to put the pressure gauge before this valve. I can do it probably like this. I gotta put it up on the ceiling, I think. So let's try it like this. Okay. This is why, like, some of these parts being oversized, like the valves should only be one piece. It makes it tough. I am working on the other side as well, huh? Gotta have symmetry on. Let me look over here, make sure I didn't dick anything up royally. Not really, okay. Not at all, but... I could do it right there. Alright. I think we can make this work like this. Alright, it's annoying, but we can get it to work. See, this is 2 blocks too, so that stuff is annoying because this is big. So I have to do extra loopage because of this being so big. Not the end of the world, but it's kind of annoying. Because I want to be able to read the amount of pressure the APU has built up before moving the bleed valve. All right, there we go. All right, so that is all that convoluted stuff to do that. All right, good. Let's fix that. I think that's on electrical. That's on the electrical panel. All right, so we have APU bleed pressure, and then we have the... I'll redo cabin temp. Okay, APU bleed valve and APU bleed pressure. Okay, good. So it's a fake number somewhere that I'm making. I gotta fix that then. I think that's... I think that was it right there, so I'm gonna look at it. That's 10, is that 10 and 12, right? 10 and 12. Looking for 10 and 12. All right, these are, okay, this is 21 and 22 right here. Okay, that's... This was faked before. We don't have to fake it anymore because we actually have a pressurization update, which is awesome. Okay, that goes there. All right, so here are my 2 hydraulic switches. And so what I want to do is go in here. And so what's going to happen is when I switch the hydraulics on, it's going to slowly increase and feed out to the hydraulics. When that's not on, going to declutch it like so. All right, good. That's good there. That's the 2 hydraulic systems now. And what do I have for... I don't have any hydraulics out. Okay. Alright, good. Those go out. Alright, so that will clutch in the hydraulic systems for 1 and 2. Alright, cabin temp, we gotta replug in because I moved it. APU bleed pressure is going to be off of this pressure right there. Number 2 hydraulic clutch is going to be off of right there. Number 1 hydraulic clutch is going to be right there. Nice, 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 and nice. Okay. Then I didn't do the valve. I need APU valve. APU bleed valve right there. All right, where are we at? Right here. All right, so hopefully you can read these as well. So let's give it a check. Let me quickly go through chat. Hydraulic. Just simulate it. Yeah, like the way I do my hydraulic systems is the, you know, based on the pressure is how much the pneumatic piston will work. So. How's it going there, Turtleman? Hello, hello. It's going well. How are you? Hello, David. How are you? All right, I'm caught up on chat. Good, good. Get into some of the technical items. I have to focus to get that done. All right, why is this not tilted enough? Oh, it's hitting something now. I gotta fix that. Okay. Battery A. Power connect. Fire test. Okay. APU. APU starts for real, and now we should be reading the real APU pressure. It's just going to show us atmospheres. So there's 48, I believe. Yeah, should be, yeah. And then we're going to go in. Okay, so next thing we want to do is we want to open up the bleed valve. All right, so watch what happens with these actual pneumatics. So here's our number 1 pneumatic. So we want to start the left engine, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the bleed valve. All right, now that's going to allow air to go from the APU compressor, which is just a compressor section, through into the pipes in the middle of the airplane. So it's going to go from here, up the wall, into both wings, okay? And it's going to stop at the valve at the engine. This then opens the valve at the engine. That should cause this number to go up. And balls, it doesn't. All right, so we got to fix that, see why that's not working. All right, so what should have happened with that is we've got the APU going here, right? The APU will, oh shit, the clutch. Okay, I know why it's not doing it. All right, I got you. Shit. God damn it, everything is so huge in this game. It really is, and that is frustrating me. All right, I've got the space, but just barely. Because what I need to do is I need to make the clutch that runs the pneumatics all the time, because it's not like you're actually turning a pneumatic pump. You're taking it off the compressor section. So what we do is we take the clutch here, We add another clutch, which for some reason is 1x2, which is huge. And then the, so for where the clutch is on APU, where's the APU clutch here? Where the hell am I? APU clutch right here. So the APU clutch is no longer going to run this one. The APU clutch is going to run this one, because that's for the generator clutch. So where are we at here? Electrical panel? Electrical panel, all right. Ooh, we have one node left, ick. I can change it, I can get rid of that p-value, that's fine. All right. All right, so where is APU clutch? So this is going to be APU gen clutch. Okay. All right, so essentially what we're going to do is go grab, let's do text. Okay, so let's see. I find the APU starter right here. APU starter. All right, really simply, when it starts, we're going to do a numerical switch box. When the APU starts, it goes to 0. When the APU is not started, we go to 1. All right, so standard position is 1. When the starter goes on, it will go to 0. That will shut the clutch off. When so this clutch is for the pneumatic impeller, and so when the APU starts, it's going to disconnect it so that it doesn't cause any resistance to start in the APU, and then as soon as that comes on, it's going to switch to a 1 to let the impeller start going. Now, let's do this instead. I always find it better to slowly do it, so let's do that. So when the APU is starting, we're gonna reset it. It's gonna go 0 to 1. We'll start it slowly. 0, 0, 1. Okay, and then if the starter is not on, it will increase. APU clutch there. All right, that will work. Where are we at here? Somewhere around in this neighborhood there. APU clutch. All right, good. So that's going to go to this clutch now. All right, good. So that should set up. Hopefully that will get us going here. It's going to fly in. I'm not screwing my doors anymore. Right. I got to fix this again. All right. Fire test. All right, I'm skeptical. That can't be right, because what's happening, like it's exactly 48. I very, very much doubt that. Gotta make sure I'm actually reading the actual pneumatic information on that. So, which one is my APU start is 9, so 10. Whatever 10 is, I think, is a fake number. Yeah, whatever 10 is, I think, is a fake number, so I gotta play with that. Right here, 10. Engine APU. Oh, Christ, I gotta look at it. Right here. This is wrong. Okay, so this right here is, yeah, this is it right here. This is fake. This should be going in. Where's my pressure? Do I not have it? Let me look. All right, that's what's going on. All right. APU pneumatic pressure is right here, and so that should go to... Okay, right there, and then because this was just fake number, that's why I kept going to 48. I was very suspicious of that. Right there. All right. Go take a look. Because I want the actual real PSI coming through. So, power connect, fire test, APU. God damn, I didn't plug it in. All right, let me fix this panel too. This panel's hitting. All right. Come on, get on there, please. Thank you. All right, there. All right, there we go. That will fix that panel, and then I got to actually plug it in. APU pneumatic PSI goes to... If I can find it, where the hell is it? So what am I plugged? What did I accidentally plug that into? I thought I plugged it in. I plugged it in somewhere wrong. APU bleed pressure. Yeah, what the friggin' hell is that going to? APU bleed pressure. What is that going to? Yeah, I don't know what that's writing out to. That's weird. Oh, right here. Okay. Why is it over here? That doesn't make any sense. Because it's on the electrical panel, so that's weird. All right. APU pneumatic PSI right there. Okay. All right, that would make sense why that wasn't reading correctly. Let's go test it out again. All right, so now the panel's back in. All right. All right, APU actually starts, and we actually put up real PSI numbers here. All right, so that's the actual PSI that the APU is pumping. All right. We're then going to open the bleed. When I open the bleed, this valve here, when I open the bleed, it's going to let it into the main pipes. So open that up. It's in now going in the main pipes. All right. When I open this valve, this one should read the pressure. And it doesn't. So we still have a problem here. All right. And of course, that's not going to start because it's not getting the air pressure. So let's see why that's not working. All right, see why that valve didn't open, so. That's 4 is number 1 crossbleed. Okay. All right. All right, here's the number 1 bleed valve. That's right there. That's what we should be running too. So I got to run the length of the pipe, see what's up with that. So that's Number 1 bleed valve should be on 4. Did I plug them in? Is the question. Yep, number 1 bleed valve is on 4, panel 4. And 7's the other one, so they're plugged in. Alright, they're plugged in there. Alright, let's run the pipe real quick. We'll see what's up. So what's supposed to happen here is the APU produces air pressure. It's read by this pressure gauge. So when the gauge went up, this is what we were reading, was this right here. Then this valve opens when we click on the APU valve. So this could also be broken here. So I got to check it. So this is right here. APU bleed valve. APU bleed valve should be governed off of 12. So 12 for APU bleed valve. I think this is where the APU bleed valve is, it? You can see where I saw it. APU bleed valve is on this panel. All right. 12. So 12. Hydraulic clutch. Let me see what's up. This is screwy. Yeah, so this is part of the electrical system. So this should be on the electrical panel. I don't know why that's... why it would be on the fire panel. That's weird. Yeah, see, that never got plugged in. That's not supposed to be over here, so that's supposed to be in the electrical panel. Probably going to make the electrical panel bigger. Yeah, I got to make this bigger. All right. Those two can go. The nice thing about having a big plane is lots of space. All right, so the valve in the wing might have been working fine in the engine nacelle. It was not working here, so I think I said 12. Yeah, see, I was faking it before, so that was right there. 12, good. Okay. See, now it's not fake anymore. The actual pressure is what's making it work, so. You know, we can fit all these in the wings, and that actually gives us more fuel, which is nice, too. Alright, let's go to APU bleed valve. If I can find the frickin' thing. There it is. APU bleed valve right there. Alright, so now this is APU bleed valve. Alright, that's better. Makes sense why it wasn't working. Alright, let's go in. Alright, so battery A, power connect, fire test, APU. APU comes up and actually reads the actual pneumatic pressure. The other thing, well, yeah, I don't want to do that. Alright, there's the actual pneumatic pressure coming off of the APU. Now, when I open the valve, this should not go to here yet. So you see it, that's one thing it wasn't doing before. See how the pressure went down? That's because the pipes are empty. The pipes are not pressurized. When I press that button, it lets the pressurized air go into the pipes, which are at 1 atmosphere. So, of course, the pressure is going to go down, right? The volume is increased, and it's replace it. Thank you very much there, Zizo. Appreciate you. Let me make sure I put you on the recognition channel real quick. Thank you very much, Zizo. Appreciate that. And catch up on chat, too. We'll see you later there, Chris. Thanks for hanging out. But thank you much, Zizo. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. So that pneumatic pressure is now, it's everywhere. So it is going through the wall, it's going across, but it's stopping at the valve that's at the turbine, and it's stopping at the valve that's at the other turbine. So now if I want to start engine number 1, I'm going to open the bleed valve. Now that should be putting pressure through, but it's not. Poor K, poor K, poor K. Let's see if it's a read problem. No. Okay. So what's going on there? All right, that's number 1 bleed valve. So let's run the air and see what's up. All right, so the air so when I press the APU valve, the air now comes from here, and it's filling these pipes. So for example, like I was saying, all this pipe here is at 1 atmosphere. This pipe in here was at 800, it was at 60 atmospheres. I'm going to go through PSI in that. So this is at 1 atmosphere, this is at 60 atmospheres. When I open the valve, all that high pressure air now has more volume, the pressure goes down, and then it rebuilds itself back up to max pressure. So then the air comes up this pipe, through here, up there. It then goes into the T valve, it splits out everywhere. It then should be coming to here, which is in fact a, 90. It comes down the row here. It then goes up. It then goes across here to all the purples. Keeps going. Well, let's see what that is. What is this real quick? That is, okay, that's going to that's the RPS connection. Goes through here. Goes down, and I've got this facing the wrong way. That's why. Okay. So that makes perfect sense. So let's put on symmetry. That should be a straight pipe. All right, straight pipe, that's why. We had a blockage. So let's check this side, make sure this side's good now. That side's good. Perfect. So, makes sense. One of my errors, of course. All right, here comes the pressure. Now, again, as you increase volume, you decrease pressure. So... and you have to put more air in there to get the pressure up. So as I press this valve, it's going to drop. There it goes, it dropped. Now it's filling back up, so now the pipes are all pressurized. Now that the pipes are all pressurized and the pneumatics are stabilized, I'm going to open up another valve. When I open this valve, the pressure will drop here and increase here. Drops, and now we're increasing. Fuck, why is this not reading? All right, let me go check in the nacelle, see if I can get in the nacelle. I don't know if I can to check this. Try to get in the nacelle. The nacelles in this are very big, so. I can't see the valve. All right, there is the impeller pump. That's not the one I'm looking for, is it? Yeah, that's it. So I can't read the impeller pump small. Okay, so see it's at 54.9 atmospheres. It's working. For some reason, that's reading. Okay, so the valve is working. I'm just not reading the pressure correctly, so that's fine. That's a read problem. Let's check them. All right here is going to number 1 pneumatic pressure. So we want that to go to... we want that to go to 3, and this is going to go up to, let's say, 900. Let's make this go up to 900. Let's make this go up to 900. So these are going to be 3 and 8. 3 and 8. Okay. Yep, they're right there, number 1 and 2. All right. All right, there's panel. What is this? RPS. I gotta, yeah, that's screwy for right now. All right, here's number, okay, so here's number 1, pneumatic pressure right here. All right, that's good. And then I need, was it 3 and 7? Okay, so I'm just not, I didn't write them. Okay, so I gotta write them. Try to see why, this is wrong. No, what the hell? Okay, this is going to another panel. This is wrong, so I gotta put another panel output in. Okay, that's fine. All right, let me look at what's up. So that's going to a different panel. Let me look really quick. All right, so this right here is reading EGT, vert speed. Okay, that I'm getting rid of the set vertical speeds. All right, let's go. That starts at 8, right? 8. All right, panel plugs in there, fine. All right, good. So I know what's up now. Okay. All right, good. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. This will be pneumatic pressure 1. And we'll go to there. And then where's pneumatic pressure 2? Right there. Oh, stop. Grab that, thanks. Right there. All right, good. So that should read now. So they were working fine. It was just they weren't reading correctly. And then it went to 54, so we couldn't get a start. So let's say it's between 50 and 60. Because it never got up to that high. All right, there we go. So now we should be able to get a start. All right, so bing bong. All right, APU. So now it looks like it's going up slower. It's not. It's just the gauge is indexed. Let's let the pressure build up for a second. Thank you, Zizo. I appreciate it. Do I have the Twitch chat up? I do. It should be showing on here. That's weird. Thanks. Thank you very much, Sergeant. Let me quickly fix that as well. I appreciate it, Sergeant. Sorry, for some reason this is not working. Let me check Restream. Shows Twitch going up there. It's that's a problem with Twitch and Restream integration. I really appreciate it, Sergeant. Let me I'll bring it up so you guys can see it. But appreciate it, Sergeant. Unfortunately, the Restream's not showing it, which sucks. So thank you very much, Sergeant. Let me quickly just put it on screen so you can see. But thank you very much to Sergeant for gifting 8 Tier 1 subs. I appreciate that very much. So if you got one, IGX, Tex Viper, Jamie 3301, Red 86 Potato, Dewey Do, Teef Enola, Mipe 3R, Colkey, and I'm not saying the other one. Make sure you thank Sergeant very much. Thank you very much, Sergeant. Aaron Prez. Let's see when that message came in. I am building a VTOL. I think Aaron Prez's message. Yeah, Aaron's came in and I answered Aaron's. That's weird, Sergeant. Sorry about that. That's something with Restream. It's not showing it. So I'll make sure that I leave Twitch up so I can see that. But thank you very much there, Sergeant. Oh, there we go. That's going to do infinite thing there. But thank you, Sergeant. Appreciate it. I'll put you in the... Make sure I put you in the recognition channel. And Sergeant maintains his #1 status on Twitch. But, thank you for the generosity, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, if I ever miss something like that, just make sure you send me a message too. It's just sometimes I either miss it or the, like I was saying, the restream, it doesn't show it. So thank you very much, Sergeant. Appreciate that. And also to Zizo. Haha. Sit just got his treats. So yes, Citrus found the name that I was not gonna say. All right, so pneumatics are up. Let's open the bleed. We expect it to go down, and then this will not go up until I open the valve. So, all right, let's open the valve. We expect this to go up, and there it is. We have our pressure at our turbine now. All right, so the air has gone from the APU through all the piping to the turbine. So now it's ready to start. So we're going to open the fuel valve. And that's not starting. Why? Let's see. 807 divided by 14.69 is 54.9. So we should be at 54.9. Let me check where I set it. I set it to 50 to 60. So let's go check the logic, see why it's not blowing a start. Okay. All right, let's check it. So we have some conditions here. So the RPS is too low. If number 2 is on, which is the starter. If the pneumatic pressure of 1 is between 50 and 60, which it is. Let's do 100, screw it. Because it should be at, what did I say, 54? 54.9, which makes sense. Oh, and W. That's what did it. That's what screwed me. The W. Okay. Good. We're good. That would do it. Because I have no W conditions, so. Alright, we should get a start now. Peggy 18, yeah. Peggy 18. Probably half the time I swear is going to ruin that for me. Alright, here comes the pneumatics. Beacon comes on. Is the beacon working? I don't know. I don't want to leave the cockpit to see. No beacon yet. Okay, that's fine. Alright, next thing we want to do is we're going to open up the fuel valve, crossblade. Here comes the pressure, theoretically. There we go. Here comes the pressure. I didn't open up the APU bleed valve. So one thing you can do too is, like I said, if the here I'll show you crossbleed start too. All right, so now we have pneumatic pressure, and we're gonna start. So pause the music. There we go. That's what we want. So we hold the starter until it kicks off. Now we let go of the starter. All right, good. Crossblade is shut off. All right, so That should bleed the air out. Actually, no, it shouldn't because the engine is producing air now. So we should have the engine producing air at the moment. All right. Now what we can do is let's do this. Let's shut off the crossbleed from the APU. Let's shut off the APU. Let's turn on the generator 1. You notice the air pressure goes down on the APU. All right. The APU is now off. The generator should be taking the electrical load. Now what we can do is start engine 2 from engine 1. So what we want to do is open crossbleed 1. And we want to open crossbleed 2. When we open crossbleed 2, the air pressure is going to come from the number 1 engine and go to the number 2 engine. That's fucked up. Why? So something is up with this. Let's go check, make sure the valves are working. Process of elimination here. You know, like the person who was given neat knock crap that his build was complicated. Again, that's some of us like that, and that's why we do it, is because we like it. You know, it's like this is what we want, and it's like if you don't want that, fine. It's a building game. Go build. You know, but I just find it like goofy silly to like give shit to somebody who like that's what they enjoy doing. Why wouldn't you just leave them the fuck alone? But yeah. All right, so. All right, so I'm going to rev up the engine. So let's see, what are we on there? So likely what's, see, we're not reading though. That's weird. I got to check the valve. Let me check the valve. Because the valve should be open. Yeah, see, we're getting air. Yeah, we're getting the air. It's just not reading it. It's like it's reading nothing. That's the problem. So the valve is open, it's just reading nothing, which is weird. So when you actually, this is what you actually really do in real life. You actually rev up your engine when you're going to do a crossbleed start. And your pressure goes up. That's why you don't start the second engine until you get away from the gate, because you are revving up. So 2 is not reading, it's not going to start. So that's actually how you do a crossbleed start in real life. Is you get off the gate, you taxi out on one engine, and then you go where you can rev up on the airfield, and you know you spool up your engine to build more air pressure, and then do it. So something is up with the reed on this side, and because the reed's screwed up, it's not going to ever let the engine start. Right here is going to. Number 2 pneumatic pressure is correct, so let's check it. Number 2 pneumatic pressure is the correct spot. Okay. So it's going through. That's all good. And so, like, again, this is when people, like, hate the pressurization update. Everything is literally working the way it would work in real life. When you start with your APU, the air pressure is going through because the APU is cranked up. Your engine is at idle. You're not making enough air pressure to start engine number 2. So what do? You spool up your engine. You increase the air pressure. The air pressure increases and allows the start. It's all stuff that would happen 100% IRL. You know, and that's the sort of thing that I love about this. And this is why some of us have wanted it, for the people who don't understand that. That's why we want it. Oh, I know why this isn't doing it. 50 to... No, doesn't need to go to 100. That wasn't the problem. 50 to 60 is fine. All right, pneumatic 2. Why are you not reading correctly? Active input 1. Start channel 7. X times 14. So this is reading nothing, which it should be reading something. That's plugged into W. That's the problem. Okay. It still should be reading, but that's why it didn't start. Now that's plugged into Z, so that's good. Why isn't it reading anything though? That's what I want to know. So that explains why the starter wouldn't go. I want to know why it's not reading is the other one too. 7, I think it's 8. I think it's 8, that's why. me check it. I bet it's 8. I put in the wrong number. Yeah, that's it. All right, that will do it. All right, let's go and try to start it. So this performs the way it would in real life. That's really kind of cool that you have to rev up your engine. All right. There comes the pneumatic on the on engine 1. Right now, 50 atmospheres is what I said, so 50 times 14.69. So as soon as it gets above 734, we should be able to get a start. If it's below 734, we cannot start. So because we're above 734, here comes the start. All right, we're lit off. We're going to start generator 1. We're going to shut off the bleed and the APU. That's going to spool down the APU because the pressure goes down, right? All right, now we want to start 2. So we're going to turn on the fuel valve. We're going to open the valve, and there goes the PSIs. Now remember, you see, what just happened? Very simple. We doubled the amount of space the air could occupy. We doubled the volume. If you double the volume, you half the pressure. Now, we didn't quite double it, but by increasing the volume, let's say we doubled the volume. If the PSI was at 800 and we double the volume, the PSI would now be at 400. Very simple. All right, now, remember what I said. We cannot start until we get to 734, so we have to spool up the engine to get to 734, or we will not be able to start the starboard engine. Just like we would, exactly what we would do in real life. We spool up the engine. There's 734, cranking 2. I don't know why that's not kicking off, though. Something else is fucked up over there. Could be fuel. I'll have to check fuel. Oh, you know what I bet it is? The engines are... see, no, it's not starting. Let me see what's up. Could be fuel. No, get in the engine to sell. Let's see. I'll check fuel really quick. Let me check combustion chamber. We're getting fuel. We're getting 342 liters per second. Yeah, we're getting fuel. Huh, interesting. Problem is, that's not a toggle for the start, so I can't. I very well could have put another wrong number in for the fuel valve. Let's check the fuel valve number. 6 for the fuel valve. Let's check that. That very well could be it. You know, this is what I like about complex equipment is you have to understand the systems. If you don't understand the systems, you can't make them run. That's what I like in real life. That's what I like in this. I get other people don't like that stuff, but again, that's kind of what the game's about. All right, let's see. Fuel valve number 2, right here, number 2 should be 6. That's correct. So it's not likely a fuel valve issue. What it could be right here is the interlink clutch. Do I have the interlink clutches doing anything? Let me look. I don't think I have them plugged in. Interlink clutch. I haven't made the interlink clutch yet. Could be because the fan clutch is on. Let me check that out. And it's causing too much resistance. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you that's it. Where's the fan clutch? Right here, fan clutch on. No, it's probably not that, actually. Yeah, it's not that. Not the jet spoiler. Huh. Yeah, I see. I can't really test if the valve's on the thrust. Hmm. Let's do this. I should be able to do a quick test if I do this. Let's go in here. Let's take this and let's make this a toggle. Toggle that. Let me try to start 2 with the APU too. We'll see that. Because I'm trying to diagnose the issue here. Don't need both of them anyway. Alright, let's try an APU start on 2. There goes the pressure. We need 734 to be able to fire a start. 734. Let's hit a start. All right. So very well could be fuel, but it looked like fuel was getting there. Interesting. Let me check something. That is interesting. Very interesting. What is going on with this engine that it doesn't want to blow off? We had fuel. Fuel was running. Got an air vent on that fuel. Air vent there. Going the other way on this engine. Should be going to the right anyway, but that's not what's causing the problem. But they should be the same engine. They should not be inverted. Again, IRL, like commercial airliners, they use the same engine for the left and the right. They don't invert parts of them. They both turn the same direction. All right, so we had fuel pressure. We had fuel pressure. Let's run the fuel line, see what's up. I might have blocked something. I don't know. Let's see. So we got fuel all in the wing. As long as the fuel's in the wing, I might have blocked it. Actually, I might have blocked the fuel. Let's see. I bet you I blocked the fuel. That's what it is. So this one here is... Okay, I think I blocked the fuel. I did. Okay, that's what it is. Makes sense. So you see here, this one is open. Cat, stop. This one is open to the wing there, and it is open to the above level. So that is facing inboard. Let's check this one. That's inboard. Let's see. This looks fine to me so far. Let's make sure this has a fuel path to get fueled. Something looks different. I gotta figure it out. So this can go there. All right, so that fuel chamber is locked. You can't get anywhere. This fuel chamber is locked. You can't get anywhere. That's what the issue is. I gotta find a way to get this fuel fixed. Trying to see what the difference is. You know what I bet it is? It's right here. It's this microcontroller is combining them. That's what it is. That microcontroller is letting the fuel go between the levels. That's what it's doing. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. That is why we're having fuel problems. All right. Because I need to, at some point, get to where the fuel can get back. So the fuel comes in from, where is it? The back of the nacelle right here. So this is where the fuel comes in here. And it goes down. all the way around here. So like this, let's follow the fuel because the fuel's not getting there. So we got to make that work. So fuel comes in here, goes down here, spills in there, turns around, comes over here, stops there, stops. Yeah, so the fuel can't get to the engine, so I got to combine this. And so what we want to do is jump a level. We just need to jump one level over. So what I'll do is just dump these down, and that should fix it. Because now the fuel can get by. That's why one side was working, the other side wasn't working. To make sure that will do it. Should do it right there. Let's paste that, merge it in. All right, so now the fuel can get through all the chambers and get to the engine. So that will do it. All right. Do a start. That makes more sense that it was just fuel starvation. All right, let's start one. Crossbleed's open. We're not going to press the start button until the PSIs are over 734. Again, I used to have to simulate this stuff. I don't have to simulate it anymore. It works the way it should IRL. All right, one's lit. We're going to shut off the APU. Gen comes on, bleed valve and APU come off. We're then going to open up bleed valve for the number 2 engine. It's never going to get up to 734 because I have to rev up. We're going to rev up. Once we hit 734, I can do a start. There we go. Fuck, what is it do? I gotta check the fuel now. It's fuel, but I gotta figure out why it's not fucking going now. Let's follow the fuel again. I should have done this before I jumped in, but I didn't. All right, so the fuel comes in through here. Comes down this alley. So we gotta find the path to make sure we can get to the goddamn engine. Okay, it's still blocked. I didn't push it forward. I literally have to go one row. So here, this is what I should have done from the start to fix this. Let's just fix it now. Okay. Let's go on symmetry. Let's go down the alley. Let's come over here. It's like it's a simple fix, but I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be. So what I need to do is come here and cut this friggin' wedge here. That there is not where it's going to need to go. Go down here for a second. All right, we're going to put one backwards. There. That will let the fuel go into this chamber. That's still not going to get to the engine. I need to go one more chamber to the south here. All right. Back this up like that. Okay, so now the fuel can get around. Now the fuel is still fuckered. I got to keep going. All right. Because I just have the microcontrollers in different places in the other builds, so. Oh my god, if I could stop getting lost in here, it would be great shape. The hell is it? I just got lost again in the build. I'm trying to get oriented here. Stand by. So we got to keep walking down this row until I can get. All right, now the fuel goes in the next chamber, and there it goes. There's the path. Okay, good. So now it has fuel. My god. All right. 10, 10. Nice. So we have more fuel in the tanks now. They look low to me, so that would make sense why. All right, 734. How's it going there? Name, how are you? What do you mean? Indicator light? That's what you're talking about. No, it was fuel. All right, 734. Crank 1. Jesus Christ, that took forever to get that video up. Alright, so bleed valve off, APU off, Gen 1's on. Alright. Bleed valve 2, we gotta get up to 734 or else we can't start. There we go, crank 2. We have fuel, we should have fuel now. Hey, she started. Alright, good, she's on now. Valves are closed. Starter is now off. Alright, good. We're up and running. Thank Christ. Alright. That was yes. Alright, this needs to change. I gotta get rid of the vertical speeds on there. Oh, I could do it by P-valve. No, I'm not gonna screw with the P-valves. That's a bad idea. Alright, good. So let's work on engine gauging. Some point I might put a Lua panel in there, but not right now. All right, so I need gauging for this. So that's N1, N1, N2, N2, EGT, EGT, and then this is bullshit. Okay, let's see how these connect. All right, let's look at the gauging here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, at some point I want to screw with this, but for now I want to plug them in. So what panel plugs into this here? I cannot see. Ah, Christ, where am I? I can't even tell where I'm in the build right now. All right, there we go. Gear, I'd assume. Oh my God! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Try to find it right there. Gear position. I didn't. Come on, click on the right panel. Starting to aggravate me. So this is kind of cool right here. See this disable squat switch? So a squat switch is a switch that's on the gear. And when the gear compresses, it pushes the switch closed and it tells the airplane that there's weight on the wheels. So for example, if there's weight on the wheels, you can't raise the gear. So if you're sitting at the gate and you accidentally put up the landing gear lever, it will not pick up the gear and drop the plane on the ground because it has weight on the wheels. As soon as you take off, the weight comes off the wheels, and then the switch is no longer depressed because it gets annexed, and then it will allow you to lift the gear. So what I have on here is a squat switch. So if I turn this on, I can test gear retraction on the ground. If it's off, I cannot. So whenever I want to test the gear, I just click that button over. So that's what that's all about. All right, let's go ahead and I want to screw with this. I want to change some things. So let's look at our panel here. So we have thrust levers 1 and 2. All right. Let's do number 1 thrust. Number 2 thrust. Okay. This is spoiler. Spoiler up and down. This is flap up and down there. And then this is parking brake release is there. Flap position is one of those. Parking brake and then spoiler position. So spoiler, flap, parking brake on, parking brake selector. All right. That's those. So I'm trying to decide what I want to put up here. I want to screw with all this. Think of it. I can't put those there. Yeah. Okay. What is okay, that's VSI there. See, I don't know what I want to put with gear. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to put here. I don't. Oh, jeez, what did I just do that for? Let's see. Let's go. I assume what is running? This is running all my engines. Let's do this. Let's get the music back on. All right, let's fix some of this here. I'm just gonna take a blowtorch to this right now. Let's not. Some are already labeled. Reverser unlock. I don't do that anymore. I'm gonna change the way the reversers work if I put reversers in. So for now, let's do none. 3, let's do none. All right, let's fill these out. So this is gonna be N1. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 7 is gonna be yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do reversers or not, because this is a VTOL, it doesn't need reversers, but, for now, I'm going to do none. We're just going to none them out until I figure out what I want to do with them. All right. Now, this is going to not be hooked to this anymore. These two are going to hook to one another. Okay, good. All right. Then this panel here is going to read out to here, because these are all just reads. All right. I gotta change the numbers on these. 1, that's 8. I could theoretically keep them the same, but I'm not going to, because that makes it so if I want to put a button in later, I can't do it. That's why, you could save channels. I would love it if the devs would go to 64. That's another thing. Again, as I'm accused of kissing Delta's ass all the time, there's plenty of things I'd like to see done. Like going to 64 channels on these, that would be awesome. There's some interesting software things that he was talking about why that's a challenge, which somebody who knows nothing about software, it makes sense to me. Because it's like he was talking about like file sizes and how you think by just doing some of that stuff, it's like, oh, it's an easy fix. It's like, no, it greatly increased the file size, which might increase RAM requirements or something like that, and then they have to worry about that we don't think about. It's just like, oh yeah, do that. It's like, it would be like you saying to somebody who flies an airplane, like, oh, just go 200 knots faster. It's like, that's not how it works. You need a bigger engine. And then you need a bigger engine, you need a bigger plane. You need a bigger plane, you need more fuel, It's like, it's more complicated than you think it is. All right. All right, good. So that is, what's that going to be? 9, 14? Yeah, 9 through 14. All right. Complex problems require complex solutions generally. 9 through 14, okay. think. So I'm taking in RPS. Definitely, I can do that. I might do EGT separately. I'll do EGT separately because I don't actually have any sort of yeah, I'll do EGT separately. All right. I just want the main things that I desperately need in here, which is like one of them is to be able to read the N1, N2s. Let's see, N1 versus N2. I'm just trying to get the numbers kind of. Try to see what the differential generally is. You know, the diameter is smaller of the N2 section, so it's in percentages anyway. So let's see, N1. That's EGTs, N2. So, for example, like a 95% N1, the N2 is at 94%. So, essentially the same, almost. So, let's see. Let's write that out. All right, start channel here. Let's go off of 9. Okay, 9 is the N1. We'll just run those right now. All right, let's run that, see what they look like. I just need something to read me some information. Oh, let's check. I might have screwed some stuff up. I gotta check it real quick. I doubt it, but I gotta check it real quick. I changed a bunch of numbers and I should have checked them. Okay, 8, that's fine. 3, that's fine. What are we going up from? Start channel 1, park brake. That is not right. Take that off. Why is that on here? Yeah, park brake shouldn't be on here. Who's governing the park brake now? It's over here. That's going to where? That's going up here to flap spoiler brake. Okay, good. So that got moved. Flap spoiler brake. There are park brakes. All right, good. So that can come off of that. That will free up a spot. Nice. All right, so let's see. All right, let's get cranking. All right, so we'll start like we normally... What? Why is power connect? Why are avionics not on? Why are my avionics not coming on? Let's check that real quick. Avionics should be on. Okay, I just don't have them plugged in. So wherever the master power is... Power connect should turn on the... everything. All right, there we go. So what I think I'm going to do for the drive system is, so at a certain RPS, about 60 RPS on the rotors, I need that to be able to do vertical takeoff. All right. And so... Stand by real quick. All right, so I need to be able to do that to take vertical takeoff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spool up my turbines 2 around where I need my rotors to work. And then once they spool up, I'll be able to use my collective. All right. And then it will kick in the fan because I need to be able to do vertical takeoff. So I can't have the fans on the turbines actually spinning and pushing me forward because I would get pushed. I can't hover. Let's do cross bleed fuel valve start. There we go. N1's coming up. There we go. All right. We're just going to start 2 with a... We're not going to do a cross bleed start. All right, parking brakes coming off. Flaps, let's go flaps to 1. Okay, let's try up, down. There comes the thrust. All right, so let's work on that because right now I have it, I think, as fan 3 and 4. I do not like that. Oops. My door there just fell off. All right, so now the fans there are not pushing me forward. All right, let's fuck, none of the autopilot stuff's on. That's great. All right, so I need to think about this should be RPS, so I need, what am I running? 9-1s. I forget what I need for this. I think they're like 9-1s. Maybe not. I think it's a 3 times 9, 27 divided by 5, 27 divided by 5. 4 times what? 60 divided by 5.4, 11. I need 11 RPS in order to do a vertical takeoff, so let's increase. There we go, and then so let's work on that. I want to get this kind of tuned in. Yeah, see, I don't know. I might change. I don't want to do unconventional shit. That's what's problematic here. What I could do is have a button to... Let me see if I can do that. So what I'm thinking to do is maybe putting a button on to control the actual... Okay, I do already. I have this. This is fan clutch right here. Alright, that's prop clutch. Trying to decide how I want to do this. Alright, let's see. Prop clutch. So what I might do is do... Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I might do a hover button. When you... A hover mode button. So when you put it in a hover mode, what it's gonna do is it's gonna rev up the thrust of the turbines so that they're spun up to where they need to be to keep the propellers moving correctly. And then up-down is going to run the collective. I don't know, let me see. Let's look at this real quick. I want to see something. Stop. Three one. Is that all I'm running? Trying to see where this is going here. If that goes like that. That goes down into there. This is the clutch for the for the fans. All right, so that's a fan clutch right there. And then and then this is the break off for the clutch for the forward clutch right there. Okay, good. So that goes up into there, and then ideally we should probably put a post clutch. So we have one gearbox there, post clutch. Okay. So it's a 3-1. So let's see. So to do 60 on the rotors, it says 20. Wow, that's high. Can I get another one in there is the question. Gotta be in a donkey this. Let's see. It's tight. I'm having a little tightness problems here. Let's see. Giggity giggity goo. Let's see. See, I'm trying to get a second gearbox in on this so I can run this lower. I already have that there. Shit, don't do that. Come on. All right, let's do this. See if this will work. It might be too high. Well, let's see. I can hide that, so that's fine. So now I got these at a 9-1. So I only have to go to... So that's... Jesus Christ. Can we, like, type correctly here? 6.6. So the problem I'm running into is I'm going to make it so these fans don't engage until we get over a certain value. And the issue becomes then that we don't want them to we don't want these fans to kick in over that value, and right now I have to spool up to 20, which is pretty nuts. So let's go ahead and let's try this out. Let's see why my autopilot shit is not coming on. Probably because I just didn't plug in the monitors again. Let's see, where's Power Connect? Power Connect right here. That's likely what happened. Nope, they're right there. They're all on. Okay. They're all connected this way. Monitors. That's what it is. All right. Let's see. Autopilot. Bearing monitor goes there. That's autopilot there. That's what it was. All right. AP monitor touch. Bearing monitor touch. All right. Not that I necessarily need the autopilot. This flies well without it, but would be good. Check it out. Okay. That's the only negative thing about making these things complex, is it takes time to be able to get things started again. Alright, let's taxi out. Alright, so it seems like the engines are having no problems. Yep, you can see we're starting to take off. Let's just put on the AP real quick. Yep, so we're having no problems. Okay. With the 9-to-1 gear ratios. That is good. Let's go ahead and we'll cover that up. I actually like it a little bit better like this because this is a little bit on the... it was too sharp before. That's better, I think, now. There we go, like that. That's better. It was too sharp before. I like the little pointy a little bit better. I might even go... Let's do this. Let's move that out just a little bit. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Okay. That's better. That's really good. I like that. That shapes out much nicer. All right, so let's see. Trying to get the system in. I would like to get back to flying. Again, we had this flying before. That's always my first step. Make sure it flies, make sure it works, and then make it like as complex as you want it. Because like you see how long it takes me to test it. Before it was a piece of cake to test it. It would take me 5 minutes to do any sort of test, and it would just be miserable. Now it's pretty cake. Now the thing is, I don't want my collective to. I don't want my collective to work unless I select a button, frankly. Okay. So let's go in. I got to work on the prop clutches. One, why do I have two interlink clutches? That's what I want to know. Fan clutch. Okay, so I should have two fan clutches and one interlink. That's what I should have. So interlink is interlinking the two fans. So the fans should have an RPS connection between them so that in the event that one engine dies, the other engine can run both fans so that you can still do a vertical landing if one of the engine fails or you don't turn it on. That's like the Osprey does that. It has a shaft going from one engine to the other, so if you have an engine failure, you can still run both rotors. Now, you're probably going to want to land as soon as possible, but... Now, let me try to catch up with chat here. Let me try to catch up. I'm way behind. Sorry, guys. If I miss anything, just make sure you send me at Captain Cockerels. I'm just trying to buzz through this. This stuff is complicated, so I can't read too much chat, or I won't get anything done. All right, good. Yeah, that's like Alistair saying, he makes everything as easy as possible, and then you make it complicated. And that's the best way to do it. Like you see how long it's taken me to do tests now, and that's because because it's complicated. And so the best thing to do is make it simple, test it out. Does it work? Yes, it works. Okay, then go in and do the level of complexity, because I know everything's going to work. If you spend 2 days getting it, getting everything complicated the way you want, and then it doesn't work, oh my god, you're going to lose your mind. Alright, so the way these fan clutches is going to work... Get rid of that for now. I'm moving the interlink clutch. So we only need, so the interlink again is going to interlink both engines. And I only interlink the two fans, let's put it that way. Where's the fan? All right, fan clutch is right here. All right, so we don't want to do that. All right, so this is going to be what's number 2 fan clutch. Where's number 1 fan clutch? I wish I could ping blocks. That'd be kind of cool. All right, your number 1 fan clutch is up there. All right. So this is like, so this is me using 3 and 4 on the keyboard. I don't want to do that anymore. And this is also the jet spoiler. Let's see. Let me back that up. I have a formula in here. I want to see what it is. So I have 1 minus x times 1 divided by x. So what this does here is so let's do the math together here. So it's 1. So first, let's do what's in the parentheses first. Let's do it correctly. So 1 divided by x. So let's say it's at 0.71. So it'd be 1 divided by 0.71, right? So I know it, but we'll do it. 1 divided by 0.71 is 1.4. Okay. X times 1.4. So we have 0.71. 0.71 times 1.4 is 0.99. 1 minus 0.99. 1 minus 0.99 equals 0.01. So the jet spoiler spoils thrust out of the back section. This, what it does is as I increase this, it's going to then get rid of the spoiler. So it's essentially inverting it. That's what that's doing. So 0.71. I'm not gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete parts of it. And I'm gonna save this so I have it. Because I already did a lot of testing. That's how much I need to be able to get the speeds I want and the performance I want. So, all right, jet spoiler. I need a second jet spoiler. So none of this is really automated. What it is doing is it's changing the conditions. So before I had to manually like do 3 and 4 to add in thrust. Now what's going to happen is because I have a 9 to 1, so we take 60 divided by 9 equals 6.666. So devil, 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 repeating forever. Hail Satan. And so that is going to, if we're below 6, the fans are, if we're below, say, 7, the fans are never going to come in. As soon as we get above, so as soon as we get to around that time, the fans are going to come in because that's going to say, hey, I want to go forward. So let's say I want to do a vertical takeoff. Okay, so I'm going to push my thrust up and I'm going to go forward. Then I'm going to pull my thrust back to 6.66666, and it's going to have the rotor spun up, but we're not going to be going forward. And then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to press up on the collective, and we're going to go up. And then we're going to, I'm trying to decide how I can do this. Okay, I've got a good idea for this. So let's just do it, and then I'll show you afterward. That'll be a lot better. All right, let's get the other jet spoiler going here. Let's take this. All right, good. All right, so what we want to do here is, where's my thrust? Now, there's my thrust lever here, all right? All right, so what we're going to do here is I then want to clamp this out. Actually, no, let's not. Let's run the math real quick again. So let's say that actually we'll clamp the tops, and then that will go in. Okay, this is what we'll do. So let's go function on this. Clamp x comma 0 comma 0.71 is going to be the maximum amount that we go to the rotors. That goes there. And that goes there. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, good. Then we look at the RPS value of our engines. So engine number 1 RPS plugs in here. All right. So when I spool my engine up to less than 7, essentially, it's going to give me no fan. I will not go forward. Okay. That's what's going to happen. So it's also going to go to the spoiler, the number 1 jet spoiler. And so it's going to spoil the thrust out of the back of the engine as well. So we're not going to be going forward. This will allow us to hover. So as long as we go 7 or below, we can hover. As soon as we start going above 7, we can still vertically fly, vertical takeoff, but we will also be going forward. All right, because it's going to start to adding clutch, and it's going to get rid of the spoiler. So that's what that's going to do. And then let's see, let's put that down. Where do I have that above? That will go right above the thrust. So let's grab all this shit. All right, so that is going to go right above there. And then I need some space here for this one. So let's drop. Come on, please. Just do it once so I don't have to do it 9, 10, 11, 12 times. Thanks. All right, let's go like that. All right, then we do RPS like that. That's fan clutch, please. Thanks. There, and then like that. All right, good. So that is going to do that, and that's going to take care of the fan clutch and spoiler. So as long as I'm under 7 RPS on my turbines, I will be able to do vertical hovering. As soon as I start to go over, I will be adding forward thrust. All right. That's good. What happened? Why did my seat get disconnected? Christ on a cracker. That's not right. Why did that happen? Oh, never mind. Seat's doing nothing now anymore. I can actually get rid of the seat probably. Because the seat's no longer controlling that stuff. That's fine. All right, so that will work. And so let's say I'm going forward flight and I want to automatically go into hover mode. What I'll do is I'll pull my thrust back to under 7. As soon as it's under 7, no longer will the engines be pushing me forward, just be going into hover. So if I bring my engines back to 7, we'll go into hover mode. So perfect. All right, that will work. Starting to get allergy bullshit again. All right, there we go. All right, nice. All right, we're happy with this so far. All right, now I got to go into the flight controller here. Eventually, you'll find it. There it is. Okay. All right, let's check this out. So I have my prop clutch. All right, so what this is the prop clutch is what clutches in whether or not the rotors are spinning. All right, the rotors will no longer spin. Well, they'll still spin because the wind will push them, but what's going to happen is once we get above a certain speed, the wings will take over. So once we hit a certain speed, the wings can carry the airplane. I don't need vertical thrust anymore. And so it will detach the engines from the rotors because the rotors are wasting energy. I only need the rotors when I'm vertical, so it detaches them automatically at a certain speed. Because speed, for the most part, is going to be what gives us lift. It's an oversimplification, but that's what it is. All right, collective right here. So gyro collective. All right, and I need, what is it? That is Z. Okay, that's good. That's the multiplication effect. Gyro collective. So we need to see why my gyro collective's not working anymore. Okay, this is why. So, let's see. Up, down, up, down. So up, down is coming off of the autopilot. Collective to gyro goes to there, and then that goes out to the controller. Desired heading. I don't know why that got unplugged, but it did. Altitude hold needs to be plugged back in. Okay, check this out. Alright, so collective to gyros right there. Let's go test it, see if it's actually working. It might be. Alright, so I should be able to push up and down and control my rotors. Doesn't look like it. Alright, the other thing too is I have the combiner in there. Let's check the combiner. Where's the combiner? Combiner. Should have a bunch of these on it. Did I delete it by accident? Let me look and see where my seats are going. Oh, I put it in the wing. Okay, it's in the wing now. Alright, here's the seat combiner. Alright, combined seats, and then on the autopilot, we want seat. So, okay, this is the old seat combiner there. I'm changing that. So that is now this. This is the old seat combiner. Okay, see you later, alligator. Alright, so this seat combiner here will spit out to there. Alright. Oh, shit. No, I think I did it. Where did I do it? Remember, I was doing thrust, so I gotta go back to thrust. Let's check the thrust setting. Oh, come on. Give me the things. Where is it? Right here. Okay. That's this, and then that is go. Okay, good. That's right. That goes the seat combiner there, and that's in the thrust panel. I gotta see why my collective is not working. All right, so anyways, that goes from the seat to the seats here. We then should get collective. Check collective on that. So where's seat? Don't see seat. That's over here, I think. Seat. Okay, seat right here. 4 is going to be up, down. That's connected. That goes into here. We add that, so we're adding Yankee right there. Yankee goes to collective to gyro. Perfect. All right, collective to gyro is where collective to gyro, the collective comes here. Perfect. All right, then the collective will come back out. It will go into the controller, the VTOL controller. All right, collective off the VTOL controller. So I don't need the seat. I don't know why that's in there. All right, collective right here. So the gyro collective comes in, and what I do is that's X. I multiply it by Z. Z is based off the speed. So once we hit a certain speed, we're going to be going fast enough that the wings and the control surfaces will take over the lift and the actuation. And so what's going to happen is if the speed is less than 45 knots, 45 meters per second, 45 knots would be tragic. So what's that? 90 and change, 100 maybe. Was it 45 times 1.94 is going to be 87.3 knots. If we are below 87.3 knots, it's going to if we're less than that, it's going to increase this up to 1. That's going to be X times 1. So all of our collective will take place, all of our roll, all of our roll, all of our pitch, all of our pitch will then go to the rotors. So as long as we're below 87 knots, all of our pitch, roll, yaw will be done by the rotors. As soon as we start to go above 87 knots, whatever I said, it was 87.3 knots, it's going to start to decrease very slowly how much effectiveness we have, because now the ailerons, rudder, elevators are all going to, and rudder are going to take over. And so as these go away, you know, as the wings, as the ailerons, the elevators, the rudder all start to gain effectiveness, we start to lose effectiveness on the rotors. So that's in there. So let's go see if we can go for a flight here. I think we're set, hopefully. Let's see. All right. I gotta fix something real quick while I remember it because I forgot it like literally 5 times already. This here should be set back to push. Let me check this real quick. Up, down is reset. Yep, that's correct. All right, let's spawn. So this should make it so that I can use my up, down to control my thrust, but also to do collective. So that's why I was kind of like going through all this complexity, is I want to have that to work the way I want. All right, there we go. We should be good here. So you can see the pneumatics is over 734. All right, there we go. So we're greater than 734. Here comes number 2. All right, we're going to go ahead. We're going to put down a notch of flaps. We're going to release the parking brake. Now I'm going to go up on the thrust. Now I want to go forward first. So as you can see, we're starting to go forward. All right, we're going to go up to 6. I see an issue I was trying to solve for and then I forgot. So the problem right now is the rotors are trying to go full up. The collective's trying to go full up, and it's not letting my engine spool up. So there we go. I gotta work on that and tweak it. But now we're in the air. That comes up. Now we're going super fast, so the rotors are now should be disconnected. The collective should be disconnected, but it doesn't look like it. All right, flaps need to come up. So we're back in the air again. It took a long way to get the new complicated systems running. So now the rotors are no longer clutched in. All right, so let's go start thrusting all the way. So we're about 17 knots so far, slower than max speed. Let's see how close we get, because we do have hydraulic pumps running and we have pneumatic pumps running, and so that is going to take some energy away from our turbines. And so one thing is we don't need very much RPS. Like currently my engines are moving at 67 RPS. All right, so I don't need that much RPS for actually moving my hydraulic fluid and my air. So what I can do is down gear them so that they're not using as much, or what I can do is reduce the clutch is probably what I'll end up doing. All right, let's go through some stuff here. So that battery should be on. Generator should be on. Not that I have electricity connected. Anti-ice, windshield heat should be on. They're fake. Hydraulics, eventually we'll get that. You can see the PSI and the no, that's fuel. Where's fuel? Port fuel, starboard fuel. There's hydraulic. There, the math. That's good. So that's actual hydraulic pressure from the. See that? That's actually from the tanks. That is actual hydraulic pressure from me moving the liquid around. All right, so that's pretty cool. See, it just went up as the clutch came in. So that's working. All right, so let's run the spoilers. You can see the rotors are barely turning now. That's because they're actually not connected. It's the wind pushing them. Let's put up the spoilers. Here come the spoilers. And look at what the plane does. All right, it's changing the behavior of the plane just like a spoiler would cause. So if you wanted to descend, you use your spoilers to spoil lift. And we will drop down, and it feels like it would IRL if I had my spoilers out. Let's try to go in a hover here. Put on AP. That's just the auto hover on the thing. So remember, as we drop below 80 knots, the rotors are going to start to 87 knots. See them spin right up? Now they're spun up. So they automatically spin up. Let's get our N1 down. So I don't think 6 is enough. I gotta probably go a little higher than that. All right, so now we're kind of screwed. We're gonna follow this guy, and the reason is this, is the I gotta put a condition in there for safety's sake. So what's happening is, as you know, when I decrease the thrust, we started to lose altitude. When we lose altitude, the collective starts pitching up, and that puts extra load on our engines. And so we did not have enough thrust going to the rotors to be able to overcome that. So let me look here real quick. It's 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. So I need to get a bigger spool up. Let's work on that. So this is wrong. I gotta fix this. Yeah, so I gotta put in more on this. So what I want to do is 6 is my number. So let's see. All right, so this should be x minus 7, let's say. So what's gonna happen is when my RPS is 7 or below, let's say it's at 6. So it'd be 6 minus 7, of course, is -1, right? So -1 is below 0, right? So it would read as 0. As soon as I go above that, let's say I go to 8 RPS, so it would be 8 minus 7, right, is 1. So that's going to give me max fan clutch. So my fans are going to click in when I go over that. All right. So that's fixed. Where are we at here? We're down here somewhere. And that's going to be our clutch in on the fans. Always prioritizing safety. All right, so now we have an issue here is I want to put a second condition on this. So what happened is we got into essentially a death drop. We could do nothing about it. And the reason is the collective went full, and the engines could no longer spool up to get them sped back up. So our fans were moving too slow to do anything. And so what we want to do is we want to add a condition on the clutch. And then we'll do times Y. Okay. And so what we'll do here is we'll add an RPS condition. Right here we have... where's this RPS going to? Let me see where this RPS node goes. It's just coming off of 1. Okay. RPS coming off of 1. All right. All right, so I actually already have the condition in here that I need, so I don't need that. All right, so I already did it up here. This number's nonsense. So if the engine drops below a certain speed, we want the propellers to disconnect, because essentially what it's doing is it's like if you were walking up the stairs with a bag in your hands and I kept throwing weights in the bag, eventually you're not going to be able to go up the stairs anymore. You're going to fall down the stairs. And so what would happen is this allows you to drop the bag, and now you can keep going up. Now you can stabilize yourself. Once you stabilize yourself, you can pick the bag back up. So we'll make the prop cut in at 7. Let's make it at 6.66. Okay. So let's do that. So what will happen is what happened before when we dropped like a rock was because we overloaded the engines. If we overload the engines and they slow down below 6.66, it's going to automatically disconnect the clutches to the rotors. And that way we cannot overload our engines. So that will allow our engines will disconnect from the rotors. They'll spin back up. Then the rotors will reconnect and catch us. Did I start the APU? APU is coming up. Okay. You're just quiet. I can't hear it. Exactly. Don't go in front of me with a bag. How's it going there? Officer, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? How are you? Been too long. How are you? All right, let's bang on 1. What's going on here? I didn't press the valve. That would do it. All right, 734. Here we go. All right, one's lit. Let's do full flaps. See, we're doing a vertical takeoff. All right. Break off. All right, so now let's start going forward. So before our turbine spun up below 7, they're not going to do that anymore because I fixed that formula. See, there we go. That's a little bit rambunctious, but... All right, so now we want to... I'm going to hit the brakes. Let's just put the parking brake on. I don't know if I have regular brakes set up. All right, so I want to spool these up. So we need to get the thrust up above 7. So there we go. All right, so now every time it goes below 6.6, it's going to disconnect. So we want to spool up some more. There we go. All right, now we're in vertical flight. So I can tap us down gently and land. There we go. And we'll drop the thrust. Okay, good. Now let's go back up. So what do we want to do first? We want to spool up. Spool them. And as soon as it gets above 7, there we go. Let's go up. All right, now as soon as I hit the speed the N1 speed that I want, or that's not a good way to put it. As soon as I exceed 7 RPS, the fan should start to come in. So let's start hammering on 1. There we go. I probably have to go higher because I think it's making it so that we keep dropping below. I gotta fix that. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so a little bit of an issue here I gotta work on. It's 2 on off is part of the problem too, so I gotta work on that. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get off in a little bit here, but making really good progress on this. So I'm enjoying this again. There's a good, like this was kind of like, oh my God, there's so much work. And now we're starting to get through it. It's starting to fly again. It's starting to really get to a fun spot. So. All right, so yep, that's fine. All right, so really this should probably be higher. So let's go to like, let's try 8. And then we need to work on this. This is a mess here. And let's do like this clutch was coming in too fast on these, so we need to fix this formula even more. And then what did I put? 8. So let's go 10 on this. Because this will come in almost instantly. The clutch will go in instantly. I don't want that. So let's do... Let's do 10%. Hit the right button. So that's going to give us 10%. So let's run the math. So let's say we hit 10 RPS, okay? So it's RPS minus 10. So 10 minus 10 is 0, right? So 0 times 0.1 times 0.1 equals 0, right? Of course. And so we have no clutch. So we're not going forward. Now let's say we hit 11. So we hit 11 RPS. 11 minus 10 is 1, right? So 1 times 0.1 is 0.1. So that's going to give us a little bit of fan clutch going forward. That's part of the problem, is it was trying to push the fans in right away. It would slow down the engines, which would cause it to de-clutch the propellers. So now let's say we hit 14 RPS. Okay, 14 minus 10, right? 4. 4 times 0.1 is 0.4, right? All right, and then we go, so that'll be 0.4. So that works. That should work for us. Let me grab the whole thing here. Come on, grab it, scum. All right. So that's going to let the engine spool up. The engines cannot take the rotors being on and the fans going on at that low of an RPS. I need to increase the RPS. That's why I did it. Yeah, you're dropping that bag, you get that proper insurance, yeah. All right. Now, if we're doing a vertical takeoff, we'd probably have full flaps. I'm just used to a normal takeoff. You do like flaps 1, so. All right, let's do power connect. I didn't do that. All right, AP. So actually, I'm going to shut that off. It's going to help with taxi a little bit because it will keep us on the ground. So the fans aren't going to kick in until, what did I say, like 14? Oh, shit. That's going to be a problem. That's a problem I got to worry about. Shit, and shit. I got to worry about this problem here. So essentially what's happening is it's going to try to lift us off before I can get the fans to kick in. So I got to work on that somehow. I'm trying to think how I want to do that. All right, let's get in first person so I can actually fly. All right, so as we start to thrust up here, as we get close to 14, it'll start to gently push us forward. See, it's much gentler now because it's using 10% of that. So much more smoothly. All right, now we're going to go gear up. We're at 68 knots. We're still not going that fast. Keep going forward. All right, so this is overbearing us right now. Shit. I got to come up with a solution for this. Because the problem is basing it off of... So I shouldn't base the forward thrust off of RPS necessarily. Yeah, it's going to be a mess to do it that way. I should do it off thrust position, thrust lever position. Why is it pitching my fucking nose up so much? I don't know what the hell's going on now. Alright. I should have saved it a second ago. I'm starting to get tired, so I'm screwing up. So we'll finish up here in a second. I just want to get this something done with. Let's actually save this, and then I'll work on it some more another time. All right, guys, so if you enjoyed the episode, please make sure you give it a like. If you're new, please consider subscribing. Thank you to Zizo and Sargent for being generous today and gifting some subs and some dinero. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. All right, guys, so thank you very much. I'll see you in the next one.